where art thou, mine Mianjira? Oh, I would love to start this live with a little ding ding. Alas. Oh, found it. There we are. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. I would like to begin with a Gayatri mantra. So if you know it, join with me. Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. Om. As we await our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intention for the space as being a welcoming environment, open to everyone regardless of background, regardless of race, creed, ethnicity, regardless of what color nails we have on right now. Currently I don't have any, but whatever color you have on your nails doesn't matter to me. For it's not what's on the outside, though there is such a beautiful diversity in life. There is a unified inside, and it is that source that I'd like to take refuge in together as we come together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, relate in one another's experience, and share positive sentiments. So thank you and welcome. Welcome, dear Sadiq. And hello, Nitro girls. You share that you just got back from a music festival. You and my sister. My sister went for her birthday to see one of her favorite bands with my mother. And hello, dear Shakira. Nice to have you here. Thank you for blessing us, as always, with a heart me. Your heart is very pure and it's beautiful. Antiamu, you're wondering if I have Animal Crossing New Horizons. I don't think I own any Animal Crossing game, but when I was younger, I had girlfriends that did. Oh, I'd always be playing Animal Crossing with them. It was one of my favorite things to do. But I don't think I own a Nintendo console, so I don't know how I would play it. Anyway, welcome, dear Rachel Blackmoon. Happy to have you here as well. Happy to have all of you here. I'm so delighted to have such a diverse audience. I'll continue our introduction saying hi to people as they come in, but I'd like to reveal my question of the day already. Get something for our viewers to think about. Today I'm wondering, what is the best challenge to overcome? Now it's a subjective question, so don't worry about being right. There's no wrong answer. Hello, dear Sadiq. You share that the old AC games have some deep hitting quotes, not gonna lie. I believe that they had a good team of writers, that's for sure. One, you were wondering if I've heard of the satsang of a being by the name of Robert Adam. I am not familiar with their satsang, but if you find peace in it, thank you for sharing. And hello, Vicky. Your answer to the question of the day is the ego. I like that. That's a great answer. Yeah. So true. Okay, you share our darkness within. It's the best feeling once you have overcome it. That's beautiful. Or embrace it. That too. I was just talking to this with my mom today. She got a new ring that can flip. A part of it rotates to reveal a black gem or a white gem. And I made the joke that when the light side is pointing out, that means there's darkness within. And when the darkness is outside, then the light is within. So we need both. Katrina, you share. Oh boy, this is going to be a big Sanskrit title. Akhilandeshwari. Do I have insight on her I can share? What a beautiful name her name is. Ishwari means feminine goddess. I forget what Akhilananda means, but I think I might know her, but I forget. I'll have to do some research for you. I am always on the prowl of learning from new spiritual teachers, at least new to me. I love her name, of course. The Jared Show live. You share the answer to the question of the day for you is greed. That's a great one. I like that answer a lot. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chifa G, for your cloud bread too. Ariom Tat Sat. Multiverse 1, you share the answer is self-doubt. That's a great answer too. Thank you for sharing that. Shakira, you share the challenge to apologize and be compassionate. Whew. That can be a very difficult one indeed. I'm with you there. And hello, D. Sadik, you share that you think the challenge to defeat is being able to think one layer deeper about things and being aware. I like that answer, but I didn't say defeat. Hey, there's no sides, there's no war, no victor nor loser, just friends. We can overcome obstacles, not to defeat them, but to befriend them. But I love your answer of being able to think one layer deeper about things, being aware, vertical thinking, like being able to improve yourself by the issues you face. I love that. Addiction shares Jai. That's a great answer too. And Z Psychic, you share overcoming sleepless nights and having good sleep habits. That's beautiful. It's so important for our rest. I mean, ideally we should be spending half of our time in activity, half of our time in recharging. Doesn't have to be sleep, but any kind of rejuvenation helps. Kyora, you share fear of not traveling. You overcame it, and life truly has more for you than when you least expect it. I like that. Yes, I'm working on that myself too. Is that what Akhilanda means? What is it? Akhilanda means one who is never broken. So Akhilandeshwari means the feminine goddess whom is never broken. Complete. That makes sense, Gregor G. But you share that a good challenge to overcome is accept what we can't change and learn to enjoy what we have. That is a great challenge to overcome, I agree too. Overcoming self-fear shares D. I like that. But Noor, you share that the best challenge to overcome is anger. I like that too. User 821, you have a great Sanskrit answer. Pratishta, the desire for distinction, is the subtlest of the false ego impulses. I've never heard of that Sanskrit term before. I like that. And hello, dear J6 James. Lakonan, you share being able to squeeze the last bits of toothpaste that others in the household has to buy a new one for. Yeah. I just did that with my mom. I was looking for my toothpaste and she was trying to be helpful by throwing it out, but I was not done with it yet. The problem is I have a 2-part toothpaste. So it comes in 2 tubes, part 1 and part 2. And my part 1 was missing, and I thought, well, that's no good. I asked my mom, where's my part 1 of my toothpaste? She says, oh, I throw it out for you. I said, no, it wasn't empty. There's still a good few brushes in there. Hello, Anahata. The machine you shared that you're trying to overcome smoking, that's a big one. That's one of the hardest challenges I've heard, but absolutely possible. Billy Sam, you share challenges presenting any possibility for your self-growth are always the best. That is lovely to put it like that, yes. Challenges are not just to defeat us, but for us to raise ourselves higher through what we have to learn and exercise to be able to express ourselves another day. Gregor, you shared to answer, the idea that challenges are difficult came from us, so perhaps just the idea that we can prevail is the true challenge. Oh, I have to jazz snap for that answer, because how poetic that is too. I love these answers. Thank you for exploring this together. And hello, Assad. Today I went out with my mother and sister in search of a specific mala. Marcus, you share that you believe fear is the root of all low vibration. Anger, control, vengeance, suffering, all fear. That's a great connection. And it reminds me of the Buddhist chain of dependent origination. Simplified version of that states that all anger comes from fear. Whenever someone is angry, you can ask, what are they afraid of? And there's your answer. What are they afraid of losing? And the Buddhists took it a couple steps further too, saying that all fear is caused by attachment. Attachment to something that you are afraid of losing. And they went even deeper with that too. They said all attachment arises from an ignorance of one's understanding of the nature of impermanence, which is the longest of all the steps in that ladder. Anger, fear, attachment, ignorance of the nature of impermanence, and one's understanding of which. One truly understands the nature of impermanence. No attachments arise. No attachments arise, there's nothing to fear losing. Nothing to fear losing, there's nothing to get angry about. I love that. Alright, I'm going to pause our question of the day for now, but thank you for exploring it together. Thank you, dear Shay, for the 10 gimme the votes that you sent while we were reading answers aloud, and thank you for your 15 roses too. That's very kind of you. Ariom Tatsat. We're also going to do a reading shortly. I'd love to read from another section of our book. And Gabriella, thank you for the heart me you sent too. Ariom Tatsat. Thank you, dear JR, for your popcorn. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And Sadiq, thank you for your tiny diny. Yippee! And Peter, thank you for your rose too. Radhe Radhe. The Jared Show, you're wondering what book? I'm glad you asked. This book is called The Hidden Power in Humans. I'll put the cover on the screen. It was gifted to me by one of you, who sent it on behalf of their devotion to their spiritual master, which is the author, Paramahans Swami Maheshwarananda. His picture is on the back of the book. Through this book, we've been going through subtle forms of energy in the human body. Nice to see you too, Amber. Thank you for your love from Ireland, Gary. You missed the question, Shay. That's okay. You can still think about it, and as always, at the end of the live, I ask it again. And in the recordings that I upload, you're always welcome to think about the question, and you have much more space in the comment section there. Let's see where we left off. Alright, we were talking about the nature of the Anahata Chakra, which is the heart plexus, the cardiac plexus, the heart center. Let's continue reading about some aspects of the heart in a spiritual sense. The Anahata Chakra is also known as Chintamani, which means the jewel of thought, or the thought jewel, because it bestows upon us the gift of expressing our thoughts and feelings in touching words, pictures, or melodies. When we are in the Anahata Chakra, our perceptions become finer and more comprehensive. Artistic talents and creative abilities, through which we are able to touch the hearts of others, are awakened within us. These rediscovered treasures awaken infinite love and desire to open to and communicate with others. Poetry, stories, pictures, and sounds that we create from the heart allow the most beautiful chords to be struck within people. This is because the language of the heart and the call of God manifests within them. Those who call upon God long for truth, love, and bliss. Even if the artist still has not realized God, the inner veil is lifted for a short time, and other spheres are revealed through the artist's vision and intuition. This gift is bestowed by the awakening of the Anahata Chakra. Those who are able to realize their artistic talent are blessed and inwardly rich, and with the inspiration of creativity comes Ananda, inner fulfillment and peace of mind. Countless works of art testify to the fact that people who have opened their Anahata Chakra are able to accomplish marvelous things. Every one of us possesses artistic abilities that are able to enrich ourselves and others. Whether you paint, draw, write, play a musical instrument, or sing, all of these open your heart and allow you to feel the closeness and beauty of the divine. The divinities of the Anahata Chakra are Shiva and Shakti. Shakti is another expression for Parvati, the Divine Mother. You can refer back to the chapter we read about Shiva and Shakti. Shiva, or Purusha, is pure consciousness and steers us towards goodness and the Supreme Self. Shakti, also known as Prakriti, nature, is the divine power through which consciousness manifests. The aspects of Purusha and Prakriti are also found in Surya Shakti, the power of the sun, and Chandra Shakti, the power of the moon. Both flow in our nadis, in our inner rivers of energy currents, and have a significant influence on our physical and psychic state of health. Pranayama, conduct of the breath, is an important and valuable practice for harmonizing both these aspects. As explained in previous chapters, breathing through the left nostril, which is connected to the moon principle of the Ida Nadi, quietens the emotions. I think that means engaging the parasympathetic nervous system. While breathing through the right nostril, which relates to the sun principle of the Pingala Nadi, clarifies our consciousness. Maybe that's the parasympathetic nervous system. I don't know. Nadi Shodhana, alternate nostril breathing, unites and harmonizes these two main nadis and brings the emotions and intellect into balance. The practice of Nadi Shodhana is also described in this author's other book, yoga in daily life, the system. This regulation of the breath is an extremely beneficial technique, especially for the Anahata chakra, because it is possible that here we will oscillate between clarity of consciousness and emotional weakness for a long time. Painful memories continue to rise from the heart. If our ego is unable to digest rejection and insult, they will lie like stones within us, and we become heavy of heart. But reflect on this. You can cry, torment yourself, and be sad every day, but no one forces you. The gland related to the Anahata chakra is the thymus gland. It is located between the collarbones in the center of the chest. If one taps this place lightly with the knuckles a few times, it quietens the nerves affected by excitement or stress and brings us back into balance again. When our emotions overwhelm us, and we should not act but wait until they have quietened again. Emotions that are too strong and churn up the heart can blind our reason. It is not rare that people have caused terrible wars in the belief that they are acting in the name of love. We are all too aware of the atrocities that have been committed and are still being committed, quote unquote, in the name of God. Resentment, desire, obsession, fanaticism, and dependency are negative qualities that also cause mischief in the Anahata chakra. Only when we have conquered these qualities does the entrance to divine love open for us. When the waves become high, so to speak, in the Anahata chakra, we really feel as though we are being shaken about like a boat in a storm-lashed sea. We need all our power to stop ourselves from sinking. In one of his bhajans, his devotional songs, Sri Mahaprabhuji compared the seeker with a boatswain who gets into distress and calls despairingly to God. Here, let's see if I can improv this song that was probably translated from another Indic language, so I lack both the melody and the rhythm. Lord, how far away is the safe harbor? The ocean seems endless to me, without direction or way. Dark clouds of ignorance envelop me. Storms of passion and anger allow the waves to rise higher. I have lost my way through greed and dependency. Lord, help me to weather this storm safely. Mahaprabhuji says, your karmas shroud you like dark clouds. It is impossible to flee from them. Only the grace of the Guru Dev can liberate you from them, just like the wind drives the clouds from the sky. And let's pause our reading of the hidden power in humans there for now. So, thank you for listening, and we'll continue our discussion on the aspects related to our cardiac plexus, our heart center, our Anahata chakra next time. Now, with our Sangha, we can open the floor up to discuss anything on our hearts and minds. Welcome, dear Brandon. You share you are feeling sad. That's okay. Sadness is a wholly human emotion, and you are absolutely allowed to feel that. Thank you for your 99 roses, and you're 31 on top of that. Hari Om Tat Sat. No, the song was sad. Oh, but thought as such because John F. asked you, how are you doing tonight? And your next comment was sad. But you have been in resent. Well, perhaps that song resonated with you then. Nonetheless, welcome my friend. Welcome to those who joined while we were reading. Hello Pesto. Hello Michelle, aka Spaghetti on a Plate. Hello dear G to Infinity. Hello Amber Angel Seed, welcome. And yes, I do have a clear quartz bracelet. That's what I got today with my mom. You have a good eye. Thank you dear Z Psychic for the heart me that you sent too. Hariom Tatsat. And who else sent a gift? Dear Southern Unique Jewelry Company, thank you for your pair of tiny dinies. Yippee! You have been finally feeling better, Brandon. Back to 8 days clean. Let's see if you can do it this time. Worry not about how far you have to go. Think of how far you've come. And in this moment, as long as you are putting in the effort, that's all that matters. When I was trying to get off of my nicotine addiction with my vape, oh, I hated to think about being sober for the rest of my life. Oh. It's like, I don't know if I could do that. But I tried to limit my awareness to the longest amount of time that I had 100% certainty in. You know, the rest of my life, I don't know. A year? I don't know. A month? You know, I hope so. A week? A day? An hour? How about 5 minutes? Sometimes when you're feeling low, you know, you have faith in 5 minutes, and that's great. You can make it to the next 5 minutes, and then you recalibrate from there. After 5 minutes, then you ask yourself the same question: what's the longest amount of time that I have 100% faith in? If it's 5 minutes again, that's great. Or if it's just a few moments, no problem. Maybe you're feeling very confident that was the biggest craving of the day, and you know, you can make it to the rest of the day. But always we can check in with ourselves. Whatever we can do to get through this moment, that's all we ever have to do. But as always, my best wishes to you. Thank you, dear Anazek, for your heart me and trio of roses also. Ariom Tatsat. And Shaiti, thank you for another 10 roses. And Kwame, thank you for your cloud bread a few minutes ago. Radhe, Radhe. Banana Troy, thank you for your rose too. Dum Dargai Namaha. And Z Psychic, thank you for your heart me. And Sonia, thank you for your heart me. Thank you, Green Eggs and Fried Brains, for your heart me as well. Hare Krishna. And Shay, thank you for another rose. Welcome, dear 31 Planes of Existence. Nice to have you here. Rhaegar, you share that since you got into gemstones a while back, you learned that quartz is actually a refinement of the rock quartzite. That's very interesting. I didn't know that. I know that at the molecular level, it's just glass. Silicate. In fact, most gems are silicate. Silicon dioxide, I believe. I think at least 2 out of the 3 of ruby, sapphire, and emerald, they're just colored quartz, basically, on the molecular level. But don't tell a gemologist that. They like having different categories depending on their formation and the colors and whatnot. Never call quartz glass. And that makes sense because the formation process is important. Glass we throw in a forge and we melt it at high temperatures, but quartz forms naturally. Thank you, dear Linda, for the 58 roses you sent too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you for your great night wishes, Brandon, and your recommendation for this show that is important for you. Hello, Danger Adventure. You share that you've been following me for a while when you stumbled upon my streams. Have I done TikTok before? Or you might recognize me from my earlier content, which I made, I made content surrounding many areas, but my most viral videos were always around math. Math and physics. So you probably know me from that. Hello, dear Matt. Me, so you're wondering if I have any pets. Well, I have 2 little kitties named Sandy and Shadow. Thank you, Z, for the 10 music plays that you sent to Jai Sitaram and I Love Yourself. Thank you for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Inevitable, thank you for your rose too. Can I show Sandy and Shadow? Asks Lakonen. If they're at my door, sometimes they meow to come in, but I leave them to be whatever they're up to right now. The Jared show, you had asked, and what do I believe? I believe in the divine within you. Thank you, Shay, for your rose, 19 finger hearts, and a pair of music plays. Om Kring Kalikai Namaha. And Scott, thank you for your rose too. There, now I'm caught up on my gifts, so thank you for your patience as well. Absolutely, if the kitties happen to come to my room, I will show them. Until then, dear Magdalene has put their stickers in chat so you can look at a depiction of them. Sandy eating flowers. Shadow looking angry but with a big heart. Sandy caught a lizard today. I had to get it out of his mouth because it's a poisonous lizard. He's okay. He was so angry with me. He was going when I took him away from his lizard because he's always so proud. He thinks he's hunting. And he's a great hunter. I'll give him that. Except for the fact that he hunts poisonous animals. That's his diet. You know, Sandy likes to eat 3 things. It's flowers, poisonous lizards, and what do you call it that's around a muffin? The little, the wax paper around a cupcake or a muffin. He just loves sucking on the crumbs off of that. Those are Sandy's 3 favorite foods. The 3 food groups. Shay, you are wondering if I get nervous doing lives. I certainly used to, maybe a year ago or more when I first did them. I would have quite the anxiety attack before I clicked start. Since then, I've just learned to not care so much. In the best way possible. I'd always be anxious about the possibility of trolls. But then I realized that, the internet wouldn't exist without them. They're kind of a staple of the internet. You can't let the possibility of someone saying something negative prevent you from sharing something positive. and Hybrid Jen, you can relate with that, as there's always lizard gifts on your doorstep from your daughter's cat. That's sweet. I find that when my cats are feeling really dejected, they'll bring one of their little play mouse toys to my door. And I'll open my door to a bunch of toys. Like, oh, they brought me mice. Thank you. I prefer that than real mice, that's for sure. Hello, India Sue. Hello, Paul. You were wondering if I ended up going to India this summer. No, not yet. No. The person who originally invited me on the 20th of August is having a journey of self-discovery, let's say, and with that, their travels have been more solitary, perhaps a little more spontaneous. And with that, I've also been finding it difficult to plan for a pilgrimage in a place that often has not access to internet. You know, I really want to go to some of the rare areas, not just the cities. So planning to go to places that are kind of off-grid, or it's difficult if you've never been there, you never left the country. Anyway, I still have some plans. Like, someone has invited me to the Mahakumbh Mela in January and February. I just have to decide whether that's something in line with my aspirations. And that's a great reminder, Shay. Yes, please ignore anyone that brings negativity to you. It just wasn't meant to be in the moment. This moment is a source of positivity and joy. The more we can make it so, we can turn it into heaven for everyone. You like that idea, Paul? Kumbh Mela. Definitely a bucket list item. Huge yogi gathering. I heard it's not just any Kumbh Mela this year, it's the Mahakumbh Mela. I think once every 12 years or something, where it's said that Saraswati rises to the surface. The river of Saraswati, that is. Now, Gardening Gregarji, you're wondering if I got a portable hotspot. What about that new Skynet thing? It's expensive though. Oh, I don't mind if I have connection or not. I am trying to be in contact with ashrams themselves that are not on the internet. So it's not my problem having no Wi-Fi. It's a problem of India, you know, of a third world country, of a developing nation that still has yet to become online everywhere. As such, it's difficult just to plan to go to places that often are very rural and away from big city centers. That is what I meant about the internet thing. But yeah, I imagine that I will have data, no problem. That's very kind of you to share, Billy, that my life gives you a sense of feeling of home on this earth. Well, it's not just my life. It's the community that is made such due to wonderful beings like yourself, which take presence here. Thank you, dear Allison, for your Heart Me and Team bracelet that you sent to Radhe Radhe. And dear Hybrid Jen, thank you for your trio of tiny tinies. Yippee! And Innovision, thank you for your Heart Me and Pride glasses. Jai Sitaram. Matt, you are wondering if I have an opinion on Burning Man. I honestly have not much of an idea what that is. All I know is that people go to the desert and they have fun. They light stuff on fire. That's about the extent of my understanding. It's a modern ceremony. Marcus, you share that. It might sound bad, but you don't want to go to India because of the scammers. Same with the pyramids. Well, you don't have to. But you can't let a group of people which are in the minority take away from the beauty that exists otherwise. India, Egypt, they both have such a rich ancient history, and wherever you go where there is an ancient history, people will try to commodify that. People will commodify anything. There's no way of avoiding that. So we can't let our lives be determined by the negative, or we'll never get to experience the positive. Asad, you are wondering if I would ever be a devotee. That's an interesting question. I wonder in what way you ask that, because I believe we all are devotees. Every human being. It just depends where we put our devotion. I believe that bhakti, the Sanskrit word for loving devotion, it's not just a way of life, it is the way of life. Having a loving devotion for this life, for the place in which it comes, for the people and places and things which bring out that joy, that's a necessity. That's a very real part of life, and without it, our heart cannot express itself to the fullest. And that way I think we are all natural born devotees. We just place our devotion in different ways, through different things. Some people are devoted to Krishna, some people are devoted to Jesus, some people are devoted to money, some people are devoted to their musical passion. We all have devotion in our heart. We just need to direct it to the places which are the most inclusive to everyone. I'm happy to hear that you liked my video about Namaste, dear Billy. What a beautiful word that is. Namaste. I bow and give my breath to you, for within you there is the source of life. Alright, dear Hex. Yes, sorry, I saw that you asked that before. What ambience is this? I don't know if I have a good answer for you, because all of my music is royalty free, that I stripped off SoundCloud without copyright, so I wouldn't get any trouble. The song that we are listening to is called The Cosmic Healer. So if you can find it on SoundCloud, it should be the one by that name, without any copyright or royalties. And I love that, dear D. You share that the value of each and every person is tremendous, though some don't realize. I agree. And it's difficult when us humans are a mixed bag of virtues and defects. Oh, we've spent so much time worrying about our faults that all we can see is the faults in those around us. But the more we come to understand the possibilities that exist in others, we simultaneously come to understand the possibility that exists within us too. And I'm not just talking about possibility that exists based on circumstance, based on geography or gender or nationality. I'm talking about the innate possibility within every human to express a unique aspect of life, to be a genuine, what is the word? A genuine, I want to say a musical note in the symphony of life. We are living music, I believe. Danger, adventure. You are wondering what my education is. Did I attend college? And did I declare my major? I find it to be, it would be dishonest of me to just answer this question without some commentary first. Why? Because if you ask this question based on what content we're discussing here, then that would be dishonest of me. Because the things that I discuss here are not based on my academic interests. Because I went to school for math and physics. And although I never declared my major and I never graduated, I dropped out. I took classes in math and physics and philosophy and whatnot. But during those years that I was attending college, attending is a bit of a stretch. I almost rarely showed up to class. I probably had the lowest GPA in the history of that school. I ended up discovering so much more to life outside the classroom. So in that way, there are aspects of life that can never be taught in a class, that you could never find in a textbook, that there is no course in the universe that can teach you. And my attention has been drawn towards those things the last several years. Miss Julia, you are wondering why I talk so oddly. Well, I speak uniquely, and it's unique to the experience that I've had in life. I've had a ridiculous life, let me tell you, a very weird one. And I think it's only fair that my voice reflects the experience of life I've had. I never believed in falling into social order. Sure, those around me might speak a different way, but how boring is that? In the modern age, we don't just have our culture that surrounds us since birth. We are tied to the cultures around the world. Wouldn't it be natural then, in this global society, this global digital age where we learn from so many different cultures, to pick up in the ways of expressing oneself? I think it's naturally obvious to anyone who studies the same things that I do, that there becomes an awareness for language that becomes transcendental to the language in which you're brought in. The language of Sanskritam, the ancient root of so many modern languages of the Proto-Indo-European family. It changes the way you speak just by understanding the various sounds of Sanskrit. It forces you, for example, to change your understanding of the ways in which sound itself reverberates through the human body, and how it picks up symbolic metaphors in order to convey meaning. I forgive you. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your donut and love painting too. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And dear John, thank you for your necklace too. Radhe, Radhe. And Anazek, thank you for your music play and your ice cream cone. Radhe, Radhe. Dear Amber, you shared that you made a video on language recently. Still have yet to post it. Well, express yourself, dear. I hope that that video gets to whomever needs to hear it at this moment. Now, Marlon, you are wondering, what is today's Sanskrit word of the day? Or Sanskrit phrase of the day? I like that. How about, here's a great word at the end of this mantra. Swaha. Isn't that just a great word? Swaha. It's a very, very ancient word, a Vedic Sanskrit word coming from the time of the Vedas, the earliest revelations. It was often chanted after someone offers something into a fire. It literally refers to the goddess of fire herself by the name of Swaha. She's the counterpart to Agni, who is the god of fire in Vedic times. Swaha means that everything that we renounce, we cast into the cosmic fire, and we call upon the divine feminine within those flames to take it to the plane of the divine. So it's a very spiritual word, Swaha, and it's made its way into other languages too. In Pali, it's become Swaha, which the Buddhists use still at the end of mantras, just like in Vedic times. I like that word a lot. It's got a good ring to it, doesn't it? It's technically a bija mantra, which means a seed mantra. And almost all bija mantras are one syllable, but this one is actually two. Swaha. Was this the chant in my tapasya today? That is right, dear G to infinity. Thank you, dear Hybrid Chen, for your quintet of fires too. Radhe, Radhe. But you share that I must read a lot. Actually, not at all. Ever since I was a kid, my mother would be signing off my reading list from my teachers, and I'd be begging her, please just sign it. I know I didn't do the reading. All through high school, even from elementary school, middle school, I never did the readings. I still don't. I don't know why. Books never spoke to me in the same way that other mediums of information do. To me, there is no greater source of wisdom than just listening to people in our life, contemplating on our own experience, and stories, especially visual stories for me. I love movies and shows. Picture books, I liked those ones. Yeah. So, I almost just did the mantra there. So, no, I'm not a very good reader. Mark is here wondering, what is this playlist we're listening to? It's of my own compilation from various royalty-free meditation music sounds I found on SoundCloud. Jose, you are wondering what I meant by Vedic times. By Vedic times, I mean during around the Bronze Age or even earlier, when humanity's first revelations were revealed, called the Vedas. Veda is related to the Sanskrit word vidya, which means knowledge. It's ultimately where we get words like wit in English, which used to just mean knowledge. Someone had a lot of wit, that means they had a lot of knowledge. It's where we get the word wise too, ultimately. Someone who's wise has a lot of knowledge. Similarly, this all comes back to the first knowledge, the Vedas of the Himalayas, a gift to the whole world. Many traditions have in their record a divine inspiration, like the Quran is said to be divinely inspired from the Archangel Gabriel to the Prophet Muhammad of Islam, peace be upon him. Also, of course, especially the First Testament of the Bible is said to be divinely inspired, because the Hebrew itself is very sacred. And the earliest known account of a so-called divine inspiration or revelation are the Vedas. And some say that they are the root of all religion, that you can find within them every story across the world, across time. Yes, in recent times, the word wit has been used differently. Marcus, you interpret wit as suave, and intelligent humor shares Billy. But archaically, like in Old English, wit meant having knowledge, intelligence. X, you ask, have I ever read Sapiens? We just talked about this. I haven't read anything. Well, besides the things I read with you all here, that is the exception. Oh, I accidentally paused our playlist. Let me continue that. Madonna, you had asked if I believe in the New Earth. Well, given that your username includes the word New Earth, I must choose my words very carefully. Since it's something that you have identified with. Let me put it like this. This world is full of possibilities. As such, there is a deeper aspect that is ever new. And we can always, by our own effort, bring out the latent potential and make it manifest. In that way, I believe that it's possible to bring out a sense of newness in this very ancient world. And to do so, many systems will have to change, and we run on ancient hardware. It takes decades for our neurology to change. It takes centuries for our government to change. It takes thousands of years for our societies to change. I think it's a long, slow gradient of change, and it's always moving in the direction of the positive. There will always be something to move towards, and therefore there will always be a part of this world which perhaps is in conflict, that has suffering taking place somewhere. So I don't believe that we'll ever completely transcend that, because that would be the end of the story. There would be nothing more to accomplish, since all is done in the direction of something greater. Something greater being possible means that there's something we're suffering from now. In that sense, there is an infinite new world being born throughout the eternity of this existence. You're still patiently awaiting for my kitties to show up, Lacon, and that's sweet. I'm not sure what they're doing. They don't sound like they're running around the house. I imagine that they're taking a nap. Danger, you're wondering if I ever hope to read more works? No. I actually have a kind of aversion towards books, because as long as I'm reading from someone else's experience, then it's a gamble. Because the only truth that could possibly happen is if I'm able to connect with their experience, which means that we've experienced something similar. I believe that true knowledge is cultivated from within. That the greatest of all, for example, philosophers, they never studied the works of others, because it wasn't their business. Philosophy students might study from philosophers, but one can only become a philosopher once they philosophize themselves, and doing so requires an empty book, not one already filled in. Isn't it so? That the greatest book of all to read is one that comes from the ink of thine own pen. But I don't wish to discredit the experiences of others either. I just wish to emphasize this point that, like what Solaris says, all great stories show you the truth within your own heart. So we go forth in search of external knowledge. But all that external knowledge will just point us back within. In the same way, we may go to a spiritual teacher for guidance, and what they will tell you to do is go within yourself. But as long as we are looking for external validation for an internal phenomenon, that is our conscious experience of life, then we'll never become full expressions of our source. G to Infinity, you share that not everyone has the type of mental access like me. That's not true. There is nothing special about me that cannot be made possible within you. Any other conclusion means that I must not be doing my job right, because I've convinced you all that I have something that you don't, and that's contrary to my whole role in this space. Is to bring out the possibility that exists within you. It cannot be accredited to me by any means. We might make the same mistake that many do around the world, where they take a being who has blossomed fully, or is in the process of blossoming fully in a very obvious way, and then we put them on a state higher than ourselves in order to justify us not putting in the effort. Right? We say that a being is great so that we don't have to be as great. It's important that we see each other as equal places of possibility to blossom. That all the possibility that we see expressed in others, it comes from the same source within us, doesn't it? What is made possible through you is made possible through me also. We just have a different way of expressing it, a different way of experiencing it. And I actually like that connection a lot, dear Marcus. That celebrities are like modern Greek mythology characters, juxtaposing our lives with theirs. It's funny how, I think that's kind of due to a lack of mythology in our Western culture, that we've kind of weeded it out, become very secular. And because of that, all of the roles that mythological or spiritual characters used to play, they're being fulfilled by people like celebrities, which is very interesting. In the same way that a tradition of mantra japa, of sacred chanting, might be filled with a tradition of poppy music and earworms. And I just had to do a puzzle to prove this live is, well, live. Now, dear Jeff, you ask an interesting question. How do you find pride within your humility? Just as there are two aspects of life occurring at any moment, there is the subjective inner world and the objective outer world. Pride in the world is a good thing. In the world, it's good to have a strong sense of self, a sense of courageousness, confidence. The most successful people in the world are those with confidence, with pride, with a solid foundation when it comes to their sense of self. However, in the spiritual world, just the complement of that is true. The complement of that being humility, that on the spiritual path, in terms of what's possible spiritually, we should have the greatest humility. In that sense, we always are looking up. That as far as spiritual endeavors are concerned, there is only going higher. But in the world, we should find contentment. We should find acceptance of the way things are, of our own worldly success. We should have ceaseless satisfaction with the world, but unending possibility that gets us out of our element spiritually. So I think this duality between the spirit and the world makes it easier to answer this question. Thank you for asking, dear Amber. I am feeling well. Cinti Berry, you share, it's not possible for you to have the knowledge I do, especially if you got it without reading books. If you don't believe in yourself, there's nothing I can say. But you should see higher possibility within your experience than you give yourself the credit for. The reason it's so important that I stress that what I share does not come from a book is so that no one ever has an excuse. You can't say, oh, I never had the book in my country. It wasn't on my Kindle. I never had enough money for this class. I didn't have the right teacher. The reason it's so important to stress this is because true knowledge cannot come from your circumstance. It comes from how you respond to your circumstance. Open the book of life. Study from the teacher of challenge. Take the course of adversity, and within there you will find the greatest possibilities. All that is written in books just comes from someone else's experience. You're getting a second-hand education. You're getting a hand-me-down. Don't you want to go to the source directly? The primary source of knowledge, experience, which is seated within your own heart? And that's no different for you than it is for me. In fact, that's quite literally the definition of universal consciousness. That aspect that exists within you, that's also the same for me. What's different for us is everything on the surface, our bodies, our minds, our personalities, our talents, our geography. But the one thing we do have in common is that same source of knowledge, of experience, of love within. That's very funny, Billy. Some people prefer the Cliff's Notes. Yes. But in Vedanta, in the philosophical tradition of the Vedas, there are 3 levels of understanding. The Shravana, which is the experiencing, or even just the hearing. The Manana, which is the intellectualizing, the processing. And then there's the Nididhyasana, which is the practical realization of which we can do Shravan just by listening to others, just by listening to their experiences. There's no problem with that. In the same way we have experiences ourselves, we listen to the experiences of others. But it doesn't become an intellectual fact of life, any of these truths, until it's become processed in such a way that requires contemplation. And someone may help you with that contemplation by, a back and forth dialogue, sharing a mind. But ultimately, it's us who puts the effort into breaking down these experiences, either in our own life or in the lives of others, until something we can wrap our head around. But it's only in the stage of nididhyasana, the practical realization, does full knowledge become embodied, become a direct, experienceable truth. And that no book can give you, no teacher, no external source, because it's something realized from within. It's something that we do directly ourselves. That nididhyasana is the leap of faith that even a student must jump from, even in the presence of their teacher. Thank you, dear Tammy, for the heart me you've shared too, and your quintet of team bracelets. Om Dum Dargai Namaha. I couldn't agree more, dear Billy. Experience is very valuable, whether positive or negative. It's ultimately all we have. It couldn't get any more valuable. In this life, everything we acquire we must let go of. The only thing that remains is our experience, truly our only possession in this life. So we must find the value within it and make good use of it. Jennifer, you shared, feels as if I'm from a different time, in a good way. Oh, we are both here in the same time, aren't we? In the same moment. Now. Marlon, you share that you're not confused about your spirituality. You are traumatized by the Catholic religion. You're not confused? Good. I don't know where this is coming from. If I put into question your spirituality, I'm sorry. And I am sorry to hear about your trauma with Catholicism. You are not alone in your experience, and unfortunately, the power of the truths that are offered in Catholicism, people can wield for their own self-interest, and you've experienced the dark side of that. But I trust that it will not hinder you from finding the light too. Speaking of experiencing the dark, coming to find the light. Marcus, you shared that you wouldn't have started your awakening if you had never been arrested. It's beautiful that within such moments where we are at our lowest low, we can find the highest highs possible too. Maybe not in the sense that we're there already, but in the sense that we now know what's possible. When we hit rock bottom, the only way forward is up. Wait, does that logically make sense? The only way forward is up? The only way is up, I guess. It is through the most challenging moments that we question the most basic facts of life. In doing so, can open an unending stream of consciousness. Magdalene, you share, if you're on an elevator to your destination, it does make sense. That's true. Glad to have you here for that, dear Magdalene. Marlon, you shared that because your mom said that you are confused about your spirituality last weekend. That makes sense, yeah. Well, I don't think it takes a psychologist to tell you that your mother is probably projecting her own confusion. And that's her business. Nobody can tell someone else that they're confused. Especially if we don't understand what they're going through. The most we can say is that I am confused about your experience. And so your mother has expressed a lack of understanding of what you're going through. And that says nothing about what you're going through. It just says something about her capacity to understand your spiritual journey. But yeah, I'm happy to hear you affirm yourself that you are not confused, and I absolutely agree with that. That actually you have escaped something very dogmatic for you since you've experienced trauma, and maybe one day you can return to that kind of path, but from the other side of this traumatic and healing experience for you. And I know that happiness is a possibility within you, just as it is for your mother and her path. That if she continues with an open heart, I am sure that the very same possibilities that exist for you are there for her too, just in another way. And I am sorry for what you've had to go through, but I'm sure that it will be a stepping stone on your journey, as it has been for many. And hello, queer rated. That is a clever way. The only way forward is forward. Yes. Thank you, Jennifer, for that too. Nowhere to go but up. Thank you for dissecting my jumbled words. Here, Brando and Jennifer. And that's true in 2 dimensions, Greg RG. You know, we could collapse up with forward. And that's a beautiful affirmation too, Mason. There is no right or wrong, only what we individually judge them to be. And there's always a possibility of our actions becoming more inclusive, more encompassing, more mindful. And it's okay to recognize something that we could have done differently, because that's what shapes our actions now in the present. And I couldn't agree more with that too, born by lightning. Sometimes we don't understand ourselves either. I think that's an understatement too. It's difficult to understand the one doing the understanding. But that makes for the most ironic line in poetry. That this self is the source of all understanding, and yet it cannot understand itself directly. we can only understand ourselves in the mirror, in the reflection of that light. We can never see ourselves directly, but we can see the effect we have on others and the world around us. And Kikit, you shared that you feel like, although people respect spiritually initially, if you don't push it onto them, they'll hold onto it like a baby seed, and eventually when they're ready, it'll grow through experience and acceptance. Absolutely. For anyone who considers themselves on a spiritual journey, I imagine that for most of us, there need not have been an external motivator. Maybe there was a reflection of something going on inside, like we were speaking of. But no one needed to come to us and say, hey, believe in this. This is the way. We discovered that for ourselves. I really like the metaphor of the Christ, for example, as a farmer. One who plants the seeds and watches them grow. And all of the potential that exists in that seed, it will blossom in its own time, given the right soil, the right water, the right temperature, the right light. In the right place at the right time, something within comes out. And we bear fruit carrying seeds of our own. That is why the source is often called the seed giver. To infinity, you point out we have such deep philosophers tonight taking notes. It's a bit heavy tonight, isn't it? A little bit. Some deep stuff coming out. Thank you, dear Mason, for that affirmation. I wish to express that back to all of you too. Please keep teaching from your higher self. You are fulfilling your calling. Really, you share that as seed planters, we have to have faith that some will grow and we may not witness their growth. I think many gardeners probably know what it's like to have a flower that's almost ready to blossom. If we just looked at it for the next hour, it might. And then we come back the next day and it blossomed without us looking. Oh, I missed it. But I love what you wrote about faith. Because a gardener has no duty to pull at the petals to make the flower blossom. No need to grab the bulb and flip it open. If you try to do that, what will happen? All the petals will surely fall away. It's the most delicate thing. A blossoming flower, just trying to tug any of the petals open. It falls off. But yet, naturally, when the sun rises over the horizon and the warmth and light shines onto this blossoming flower, it opens just like that without a single petal falling off. And the sun does this to millions of flowers every day, without ever coming into contact, without ever applying pressure, just by giving light, warmth. It comes out naturally. like that interpretation, Solaris. You didn't miss it when the flower blossoms behind your back. It wanted to impress you when you came back. I love that. That's a beautiful perspective. Thank you, dear Michael, for the heart me and rose you've sent. Radhe, Radhe. Happy Saturday, Michael. Taylor, you share that you think understanding different ways of life helps each of us to be whole. How beautiful that is. I agree with that absolutely. On our two-dimensional screens, when we're looking at something to buy, maybe on Amazon, sometimes it's hard to tell what you're looking at. If what you're buying is really what you see. So you swipe through all the pictures that show it from different angles, and you go, oh, now I have a greater perspective of this object. Now I'm seeing it from more and more angles. In the same way that back in the day, many ages ago now, when we used to physically go to stores to buy things, we would pick up the thing before we bought it and look at it from all the angles. And then we'd know whether it was a good product or not. But just by looking at a picture, it's hard to tell. We need a full 360. I think in the same way, truths themselves are like objects for us to acquire. And in order to realize them, we must see them from many different perspectives. As such, the experiences of others are very important indeed. Because it's not just what we discover. It's how we can encompass a full range of understanding upon what we uncover. I think it's no coincidence that this world is round. Because people from all around the world, we are literally seeing life at different angles. Different planes, different perspectives. To have a round, all-encompassing perspective means to understand the life that takes place over the whole of this planet. And I have heard that is true, Marlon. Like the original Sabbath or Shabbat was originally Saturday, not Sunday. It's true. But that's okay. Even though Jesus' birthday is probably in the springtime too, doesn't make our celebration on Christmas Day any less meaningful. And I'll give you a practical understanding of that coming from my life. My mother, she was adopted. And her adopted parents, the ones who raised her throughout her whole life, she said that my mother was born on the 11th of January. And she loves ones, the first month, 11th day. She sees 11s all around her all the time. Now, something funny happens when she becomes in contact with her birth family, which she still is in contact with. They say that her birthday was on a different date. So, what does she celebrate her birthday on? Is it the day she's been celebrating with her adopted family her whole life? Or Is it the day that her adopted family revealed to her, or sorry, her birth family revealed to her many decades later? I saw in her that there was a great conflict about the nature of her birthday. But I think in the same way that she realized that the beings that raised her are her true parents, you know. It's not to say there isn't a mother or father in her birth parents, but they were absent from actually being motherly, being fatherly. In that same way, all of the meaning of this day that she celebrates for her birth is found on the 11th, regardless of if it's her true birthday or not. In the same way, I think even if we've got the date wrong for Jesus' birthday, it doesn't matter exactly when we celebrate it. It doesn't exactly what day we take a day of rest. What matters is that we celebrate it. What matters is that we take a day of rest. To me, this is the most important. But still, that doesn't mean we can't have more than one celebration. Like what Cynthia Berry says. She deserves to celebrate both dates. I like that. In the same way, spring is a beautiful metaphor for the birth of the Christ too. Because the Christ is not just a historical figure, but a symbol of possibility within a human being. Not just within a human being, but within all of life, all that which shares a sense of beingness. In spring, we find all of the life come out to the surface to play. All of the potential that exists within the soil and the trees and the bunnies and the fawns and the flowers and the grasses. It is like a birth of sort too. It's all about the symbolism that we find there. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your 11 roses too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Dear Taylor, you share that you live life kind of in a constant state of absolutes when it comes to religion, but over time you've learned that it kept you stagnant. But you like the ideas of Buddhism, Taoism, and Judaism. You like the value of compassion, kindness. I love these things too, and your journey sounds very similar to mine. And it's so helpful for, just even forget the spiritual journey, but for our mental health. And its physiological effect on our body too, when it comes to holding on to judgment of anyone or anything. That we just breathe easier when we look for the good. We can acknowledge the suffering that people have gone through, absolutely. And that's our duty, to help those who are in need. But we cannot let the apparent cause of that suffering lead us to our furthered misery too. There is a lesson in learning to forgive and respect the value that might be hidden beneath the shroud of darkness. Thank you, dear Fal, for your pair of roses that you sent too. Radhe, Radhe. I very much appreciate echoing that born by lightning, that forgiveness is difficult, but healing. Gregard G, you share that some old cultures would start their calendar year in spring. You think one or two even still do. I told you all that. Is that right? When we talked about the 13-month calendar and stuff. You have a good memory. I believe many indigenous cultures start their years in the spring. And even in our calendar, the Julian calendar, at some point, the Romans, they moved the last 2 months to the start of the year. And that is why we have months that sound like numbers. September, October, November, December, which means 7, 8, 9, and 10, even though they correspond to 9, 10, 11, 12. But that's no coincidence, because what became January and February used to be at the end of the month. Sorry, end of the year. End of the month. They are months. And what's after February? January, February, March. It took me a while to learn my months. I'm still struggling with it. The calendar used to begin in March. March 1st was the new year, which is a little closer to spring, especially if you live in a more temperate climate. You start to see things becoming greener in March. I think it makes sense that we begin our year in spring. To me, that's where I feel the greatest beginning. But right in the middle of winter, I don't know how much of a beginning you could find symbolism for, but I'm sure you can there too. Right in the middle of darkness, you find the North Star, the brightest light in the sky. Second to the moon, of course, at nighttime. Thank you, dear Born by Lightning, for your quartet of roses too. Radhe, Radhe. There, that's a good allegory. Born by lightning. The coldest nights bring the warmest dawns. E to Infinity, you share that you thought we were in the Gregorian calendar. Perhaps I am messing up that. I know that either the Gregorian calendar came from the Julian calendar or vice versa. Anyway, they're almost identical with some minor changes, as far as I know. But I think I was thinking of the Julian calendar because of the Romans when they moved the January and February to the beginning of the year. It might even have been Julius who authorized that. I don't know. The history of how we measure time is very fascinating. Currently, we go by primarily a solar calendar. A calendar which uniformly divides the year. But the problem is that the moon and the sun are out of sync when it comes to the solar and lunar cycles. So one can either go by a solar cycle or a lunar cycle. And both have their benefits, but it's mathematically impossible to make a calendar that evenly divides both, since, well, the lunar calendar does not fit into the solar calendar because there are not a perfect number of weeks in a year, or phases of the moon, or orbits of the moon around the earth. And there's something very spiritual about whether we go by the sun or by the moon. Since the sun represents masculinity and the moon femininity, many maternal societies go by a lunar calendar like the indigenous. And it makes sense because although the seasons are determined by the sun, specifically the Earth's orientation towards the sun, for indigenous societies, often the lunar cycles were more important to them when it comes to ceremonies matching with their hormone cycles, which are often 28 days, just like the lunar cycle. And also the tides are so important for seafaring societies Many indigenous people are seen often symbolized with a kayak or a canoe. I believe these are indigenous words too. It makes sense for the moon to be the biggest feature in their life. And interestingly, they also had a maternal society where instead of perhaps the oldest male in a family being kind of the figure which decides some of the biggest choices, it would be the elder females, the mothers, whom had the biggest influence on the decisions. G to infinity, you share this all supports that time is illusion and based on human perspective. The universe merely exists. You are funny. Change is very real. There's no doubt about that. That in this moment we do experience a passage of change. What's illusory about time is merely our identification with our past or the future. The past genuinely happened. And the future genuinely will happen. It's that all that exists in the past exists now also, and all that exists in the future exists now also. Since in this moment, you will find the culmination of all past experience. What you are looking at is all of time coming to produce this moment, all of the choices, all of the interactions, all of the events. This moment is a reflection of all that has been. Such is why historians don't have to time travel to do their work. You know, a historian doesn't have to get into this scientific apparatus and appear in front of, you know, name some historical figure and then make some notes, take some pictures, write down what happened. What they are studying is the consequences that still exist in this moment. So in some sense, a historian studies the present moment. Even though their field is history. What they are doing is going to present day, perhaps archaeological sites, studying what exists in this moment, and that tells us about what has happened. And I guess there isn't an equivalent field for the future, but there are people who have subfields that concern prediction, like meteorologists or stock market analysts. They are concerned with what will happen. And same thing, they don't have to hop in a time machine and go to the future to figure it out and then come back and tell us. They just study what exists in this moment, and that may tell us about what may come in the next. So I try to be cautious with my words saying that time is an illusion, because the past and the future are real phenomenon, but they all take place now. To me, it's like saying temperature is an illusion. Like, yes, technically speaking, temperature is a statistical measurement. It's not objective. It depends on the technique. There are many atoms within a group of molecules that might have more kinetic energy and therefore technically have a higher temperature reading compared to the others. As such, the way that we measure temperature is certainly arbitrary. But the phenomenon of heat and cold is definitely real. It's just the way that we measure it is, you could say, illusory. But even then, it's a real part of our experience too. We genuinely have trust that if we set our alarm at 5 in the morning, that we will begrudgingly be made awake at that hour. But I believe the illusory nature comes in when we start to identify with time being something that defines us, rather than we being something that defines time. Thank you, dear Gabriella, for the heart me you sent a moment ago too. Radhe, Radhe. And dear Chris, thank you for your tiny. Yuppie! And thank you, Dalen, for your heart me too. Welcome. Om Sum Saryaya Namaha. And thank you, Greta, for the heart me too. Jai Sitaram. The village fairy, thank you for finding beauty in me. And wonder in my weekend. All the same wishes and more back to you too. Finding beauty in me. And wonder in my weekend. All the same wishes and more back to you too. Finding beauty in me. Finding beauty in me. And wonder in my weekend. All the same wishes and more back to you too. I think my internet disconnected me for a moment, but when it has returned, please let me know. I hope that it has returned by now. I am back. Thank you, Dansuela. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Anazek, for the trio of roses that you sent. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you for sharing that, dear Dansuela. I do have a form in my bio that can be filled out in case there's anything you wanted to share. And you were sharing that back to Billy. You shared that you wrote a poem about time when you were in college. Oh, well, yes, I would love to hear that if you wanted to share that with us. I'm food, shares Talon. That doesn't mean you can eat me. That would be called cannibalism, and that is immoral. Isn't that what what Willy Wonka says in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? I go into the room where there's food, everything you can eat, even me. Born by lightning, you ask, how do you feel about forgiving when it's difficult because the person is not remorseful? That's an excellent question and universally applicable, as it will be, from now until always. Most important thing, in my opinion, to remember about forgiveness is that it's about relieving you of the burden they've caused you, not relieving them of what they have caused you. Forgiveness is not justification, nor does it mean turning a blind eye to them in the future. Perhaps due to people who have asked for forgiveness in insincere ways, we might have come to this association with forgiveness and validation of their behavior. For example, some people may come into our life after causing harm and then ask for our forgiveness. And although they may use the word forgiveness, what they're really asking for is for us to give them the green light to do something like that again. Or the trust that they will not do that again. But this is not truly what forgiveness means in my experience, because forgiveness can include setting boundaries and maintaining them so that ways in which you were vulnerable before do not get taken advantage of again. Instead, forgiveness is entirely for our own relief. It's the release of the resentment that we carry for others' wrongdoing. I believe someone very wise once said that holding resentment is like punishing yourself for the mistakes of others. Because when we do not forgive, we're the ones that continue to suffer. They're going to be the same regardless of whether we forgive or not, but we will feel better if we forgive. So it has little to do with whether our forgiveness makes a difference, because forgiveness can be an entirely inward journey too. We might never meet that person again, never be in contact with them, but yet forgiveness is something we do in our mind, in our heart, that we understand the reasons that they may have done because of their experience of life thus far. And we recognize that this has been a lesson for us to learn from, and that we may continue to learn from. People always have their reasons for doing something. It's not always a good reason. In fact, maybe rarely is an action done on a good reason. But that doesn't mean we can't empathize with their experience, however limited it may be. Now, of course, if we were in their position, since we have directly experienced the suffering of their actions, then we would have done something different. But we're not them, and we can't hold ourselves accountable for other people's mistakes. We have to forgive ourselves for even being in that position. I think all of those aspects are important when it comes to forgiveness. It's a very difficult experience that you and your wife have had to deal with the guy from TikTok. And you are a good husband for empathizing with your wife having gone through such an experience. And you ask the question, will a narcissist or sociopath ever ask for forgiveness? Likely not. I agree. But will labeling them according to these terms free us of the suffering we've experienced? Likely not. As long as we expect some change from others to occur, then how can we change ourselves for the greater good? at some point, and I trust that those who have gone through such experiences will realize that we can't be dependent on other people's apologies or their asking for forgiveness for our own healing journey. And I know a lot of people, especially masculine people, like husbands, they often wish to fix the problems of their partner. But often this is not what the feminine needs. I've seen this between my father and my mother, for example, that something would happen to my mother. Maybe someone at work may have said something negative about her. And so what my father would do is he'd start criticizing that other person. They'd say, yeah, well, this person's a jerk and terrible and should never have been in that position at all. They don't deserve to even be working with you. And I know a lot of guys are like this. That in order to validate the feelings of our partner, we invalidate others. But as my mother has shown herself, if we direct negativity towards those who may have caused some within ourselves, how can we bring rise to positivity within? Likewise, I've come to learn that what my mother probably truly needed in that moment was not to criticize those who harmed her, but to validate her feelings, to understand that what she's gone through has happened and there's no way of changing that. And how she's dealing with that in this moment is understandable. And I've learned that with many relationships in my life too, that I pushed so many partners away because I tried to solve their problems rather than just empathize with them. That has been a big lesson for me. And you can resonate with that, Taylor. Rather than fixing a problem, sometimes you just need a hug. It is that simple sometimes. Hello, dear Daymod. G to infinity, you share. That's why girl talk is so awesome. I think I heard about a research study the other day that said gossip actually is relieving for the mental health. Now, I would hope not the kind of gossip which is antagonizing someone, but the kind of sharing of one's experience, the releasing of one's feelings, and the processing of it. That kind of gossip does sound very therapeutic. And thank you, dear Paradox, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Udzel, you shared that you are 22. Me too. And you're only starting to understand the importance of empathy and not to criticize people. Well, at our young age, compared to how much life we are expected to have, having that lesson so early, I think, is so important. In fact, I'm so grateful for all of the lessons I've learned from my adolescence of criticizing. I have had a long history of criticizing people, and that only made me feel smaller. because I put the world into boxes. But I'm really happy to hear that we share that experience of appreciating the value of empathy. It is one of the most important aspects of life. Thank you, dear Paradox. Your name is very, very fun. I do love paradoxes. Dansuela, you share. If you want to find a space of compassion and empathy, you will find it in a woman's bar bathroom. I love that. I wish I could say the same thing about our men's counterpart, but that's more like a battleground in there. I'm happy to hear that this book has been really eye-opening for you, Hudsal. Halo, you ask, what made me less critical? Good question. Yeah. What made me less critical was the culmination of all my criticism. It eventually led to me being a very anxious and miserable person. That the more I criticized, the more I shunned other people's perspectives, truly the sadder I became. And eventually that became so much more overwhelming than I could ever process, so something had to change. That anxiety was a really transformative experience for me, and it sent me to the hospital. I talked about this many times, and I'll continue to do so, that I'd be without sleep for days, throwing up, just scared of life. And to me, this was the direct consequence of all my own negativity, and that I realized that if I wanted to live, because the state that I was truly no way of living, that if I wanted to really live, I had to be positive. Positivity saved my life. I had to see the good in others. I had to become optimistic, because I've seen what happens on the other side of that, when all you see is the negative. When you look at all the ways in which things are going wrong. But I'm grateful for that experience, because it put me in a position of making change. And it was around then that I made the biggest changes in how I conduct my life. And I've seen the greatest benefit from that. It truly is liberating to look for goodness above all else. But still be aware of the suffering, because the suffering itself does not necessarily imply there's an absence of goodness. It's just hiding. It has yet to be brought out. In the very same way that although my anxiety was a terrible experience, it was a very good thing for me, because having gone through that, I was able to connect with such deeper aspects of life. And for that, I'm only grateful. And so I do wish to empower those who are going through difficult experiences, because there's something about those challenges in life which put us in a position of making change for the better. And when you put it like that, there is a kind of acceptance that comes even in those low moments. Thank you, dear Cinti Berry. Good night. The coma, you asked, how did I get rid of anxiety? Well, that's the funniest thing. I didn't. I still experience anxiety from time to time, but my relationship with it has completely changed. That what I got rid of was my assumption that my experience was not in my favor. But even anxiety can be conducive to understanding. The more anxious I became, the more I empathized with all those who are living in fear, even from around the world that I've never met. If it feels like even 1% of what I felt in that moment, then I have a duty to bring out the goodness for those whom are going through suffering. In that way, whether I am happy, whether I am suffering, when I bridge that feeling to something that someone else is experiencing or could be experiencing, my moment becomes purposeful and I allow myself to go through this. Whenever I am suffering, I think of all those who are also suffering and how much I can learn from this experience to empower or uplift or affirm those who are also experiencing something like this. And whenever I am happy, I think of all those that wish to be happy also, and how my joy can perhaps be like a flame that lights the candles within other people's hearts for their joy to inflame. It is true, the guy from TikTok. Currently, many are struggling with anxiety and panic attacks and depression. It's an opportunity for us all to connect with each other. We don't feel so alone when we realize that we're not the only one going through such an experience. Now, thank you, John F., for the flowers you sent just a moment ago. Ariom Tat Sat. And the Giggly Gorgeous, thank you for your flowers too. Jai Sitaram. The guy from TikTok, you ask, when does positivity become toxic? Where does the balance enter? Do we need both the negative and positive? A good question. I don't see the world in terms of positive or negative, truthfully. Although I may use these words, in my experience, there's just one gradient of becoming. That there's what we call as positive, and then there's what we call as negative. But what we call as negative just means a place where positivity could be. Isn't it so? If you really think about it like this, negativity becomes absent. And it is in that absence that positivity is possible. When we call something ugly, what we really mean to say is that there could be beauty there, but it hasn't become manifest. When we say someone is being rude, what we really mean to say is that they have the capacity to be kind, but yet they're not exercising that. When we say someone is suffering, what we really mean to say is that there is the possibility for happiness, for love, for a joyful experience to be here, and yet it has not arrived. In other words, there is only positivity and the room for more positivity. And it's that room for more positivity that we often call as mere negative, but doing so might stop us in our curiosity from seeing the positivity that exists there in potential. In other words, we no longer become burdened by any experience, because that which we used to label as a burden is now understood to be a place where growth can happen. To simplify things further, there is only love. But love in a state that has become very expressed, and so we easily recognize it as love. And then there are places where love is not so easily found, that require patience, that require trust. And there are places where love is almost impossible to find. But if you are keen on making it happen, love may blossom in these places too. It just requires effort, attention, and care. But any place that has room for positivity means that it's possible. And that which we deem as negative, by very definition, is a place in which there's room for positivity. And Giggly Gorgeous, thank you for your flowers, and 39 roses too. Ariom Tat Sat. And to answer the subtext of that question, positivity never means ignoring suffering. Positivity doesn't mean invalidating what someone else is going through. If someone is sad or angry or depressed or guilty and we tell them to be positive, that would mean that we are invalidating what they're going through. Because in that state, they are what they are. So this would be an abuse of the term positive. But one can never be truly too positive. We just might use the word positive in ways that don't make sense to its original intention. But thank you, dear Alexandra, for your trio of roses too. Ariom Tat Sat. Now, Mo, you have some experience regarding this. How can I accommodate your perspective? You share that you don't feel like positivity is only possible within the absence of negativity. You feel like often there's both at the same time. Within the understanding of negativity, there is positivity. And that is exactly what I mean. I did not say only. I said within absence of positivity, there is the possibility of positivity. But here, let me rephrase these things. Let's clear up some misconception. When I say negativity, I mean the possibility for positivity. You could say, well, isn't there the possibility for positivity in already positive circumstances? And to that I say, yes. It's just that that possibility has already become very manifest. But there's always more positivity that's possible. You could ask, isn't negativity always possible? I say no, because negativity is not a possibility. Possibility means something that can become. Negativity is merely the negative space surrounding what could be. It by itself is not an existence. It has no inherent form. By itself, it is emptiness. But in order to understand this, we have to change the way we use the words positive and negative. So far, we use the term negative to refer to that which is opposite to positive, as if it's some active, conscious energy that contradicts positivity. But spiritual maturity means that there is no such thing as negative energy. Energy by itself is always positive. But in an absence of energy, in the negation of that energy, in the void of what could be, we call that negative. But there is no energy by itself, no substantial thing that is a negative force in life. Only the positive exists. Negativity is non-existence itself. But non-existence is no mere absence of existence. It's what makes room for existence to be. In the same way that the village fairy says that darkness is the absence of light. Darkness isn't some anti-light, not something that's competing with light for space. It is the space itself through which light can propagate. In fact, in particle physics, light is called a boson. Bosons can have different properties, but they're intermediaries of energy. They deliver information between two forms of energy. Light is massless, chargeless. Because of this, it is its own opposite. The antiparticle of the photon is the photon. So there is no opposite of light in terms of something separate from light. But the complement of light is the space in which it propagates through. In the very same way, there is positive. There is no true opposite of positivity. There is goodness, but there is no true opposite of goodness. There is right, but there is no true opposite of right. There is only becoming in various stages. And one can never be 100% positive, 100% good, 100% right, because there's always more righteousness available, goodness, always more positivity possible. Thank you, Aridana. I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right. Aridana. Arion Tatsat. For your quartet of roses, thank you for that. Oh, you shared that. You agree with that. In your experience, one has to be careful with positivity in toxic relationships. I'm looking at you funnily. Because by the logic that we've been sharing for the past couple minutes, it means there's no such thing as toxic relationships either. Because the moment we deem something as toxic, then we limit its possibility. Toxic implies there's some toxicity that takes some vitality from you. But this assumes that there's something of your nature that can be taken away. As long as one identifies with something temporary, then this is true. But in our journey to becoming mindful of our spirit as our true nature, beyond body, beyond mind, beyond circumstance, and there is no toxicity that can affect your soul. Now, that doesn't mean we validate the abuse that happens in a relationship. Nor does it mean that we become blind to the suffering that may happen. Just as we said earlier about how negativity is just a word that is used in place of the possibility of positivity. What we might call as a toxic relationship just means a relationship that has room to be healthier. Isn't it so? That a relationship can always be healthier. And I hope we can see it as such. Marcus, you share that you think she meant people use sadness and emotion to get what they want because you're positive. That makes sense. That always seeing opportunity can be incredibly hurtful to the ones waiting for someone to change. We cannot wait for anyone to change. We hurt ourselves by doing so. We should always see what's possible in our loved ones without being attached. And that's the difference. That we can't expect change. We can see what's possible, but the moment that we expect them to change, then we're no longer accommodating the way that they are in that moment. And yes, to what Marcus said, people can take advantage of one's positivity, but then it no longer becomes positivity. Because true kindness, true giving, means that we don't give into a source of suffering for someone. If our kindness is being used as a way to validate the way in which they inflict harm to themselves or to others, then in the long run, it cannot even be said to be kindness, because we are indirectly contributing to the suffering of themselves, for one, and perhaps the suffering of those around them that they also take advantage of. So, true positivity, true kindness, it very much accommodates the fact that we do not let others take advantage of that, because it no longer becomes positivity when it is used for that. Thank you, dear Apple user, for your cloud bread. Ariom Tatsat. Hello, Mason. Marlon, you were wondering what my opinion is on someone forgiving another person when the other doesn't even see they were the one who did something wrong. No problem with that. As we were talking about earlier, forgiveness can be done even without the other person knowing, or even without ever seeing the other person again. Because forgiveness does not mean taking down our boundaries. Forgiveness doesn't mean that we stop ourselves from expressing how they made us feel. Forgiveness doesn't mean that we validate their mistake. It means that we empower ourselves to go beyond the resentment that we have held for them, which is damaging our own nervous system. Forgiveness is the cure for the poison that is resentment, to put it in very direct terms. We can hold someone accountable at the same time we forgive. Let me put it like that. That forgiveness and holding someone accountable are not mutually exclusive. In the very same breath, You can forgive someone. At the same time, tell them what they've done to you and how you would like them to make amends. But regardless, forgiveness need not come with an expectation either. An expectation for change, because that is their business. We cannot interfere in their free will. If we did, then they wouldn't truly be learning the lesson. In that lesson, that requires time for them to open up to their own vulnerable side. And in the same way that someone may have taken advantage of us when we were vulnerable, trying to force them to change would be taking advantage of their vulnerability also, just in a very different way. It's apples to oranges, not comparing, but because we wish for them to respect our autonomy, ironically, perhaps, we respect their autonomy by understanding that if they are not ready to open up to their mistake, then we can't force them either. Thank you, dear Apple user, for your cloud bread earlier, and Usha Bai for your flowers and trio of roses. Om Namah Shakti Shavaya. And Laudomya, thank you for your pair of roses and your rosa. Radhe Radhe. I like that observation, Mason, that true kindness is having zero expectations of having anything in return, not even to feel good. And fortunately, we end up feeling good most of the time as a nice side product. And even feeling good can be a kind of selfless experience. Why? Because the happiest of people are also the most loving they can be. Those who are full of bliss naturally infect others with bliss too. Those who are the most peaceful, oh, that peace just flows into everyone around them. You know, if you think of a really positive person in your life, someone that you love, when they're in a good mood, it's like everyone around them also can't help but be in a good mood also. So in that sense, it befits those people to be feeling good too. But even when they're not, that provides an opportunity for those that benefit from their positivity to give back in return and share that positivity back with them now that they need it now. Jen, you had asked, and thank you, Dansuela, by the way, how can people determine if they need to set the boundary of no longer talking to someone? That's a great question. Of course, it absolutely depends on one's individual experience, and so I don't know if there's some objective measure that works for everyone. But remember that boundaries don't have to be absolute. For example, we can restrict the ways in which we're uncomfortable, but leave a door open in some other way. For example, maybe you have a coworker that's trying to become more than just a coworker. You could tell them that I'd like to limit my relations with you to strictly professional. That way, communication still happens. You still leave the door open for everything that needs to happen in that way. But you've set the boundary in another way. That, you know, talking about my personal life is not something I'm comfortable with. Asking about what I want to do after work is not something that I'm open for. And maybe that leads to a more general understanding. Like in this example, the reason we might leave a door open is because of the role that they play in something that we share. For example, you and a coworker, you share a work. That's why you're called a co-worker. So communication still needs to happen in order to function at work. If that's a possibility. If they've expressed by their actions that that's not a possibility, then not everyone can be functional co-workers. That's okay. But more generally, for example, parents, some line of communication is important if they share parentage of a child, their responsibilities. But if they have become divorced, then on matters pertaining to their intimate life, boundaries need to be set there. So I'd guess I'd ask the question for you, is there some part of this life that you share? Is there something that you're both responsible for and the collaboration of which is important, therefore some communication needs to happen? If so, then, I would limit your communication, not completely, but in a way that supports the roles that you have to play for each other. But if this person in your life is not contributing to something with you anymore, that you feel intuitively that something that you've shared has now come to pass or transformed to something else, or if you feel like what you do share is not something that can be healthily maintained anymore, then that is a good time to set boundaries. But if they're open to working things through with you, I think that's a good sign that some opportunity of communication should be there. But who am I to say for you? I trust your judgment, and I imagine that what's kind of being asked behind this question is whether you should or shouldn't. And that's a conversation that is not my business. Because should or should not is not my business at all for anyone in this world. You are valid in the way you express yourself, in the way that you let people into your life, and the way that you set the boundaries that need to be. I trust you to make a decision that will work for you. And even if it's a learning experience, it's a learning experience. And that's okay too. Hello, dear Macy. You share that I seem very wintry today. That's very interesting. I am curious. What about me is wintry? I would love to know. Is it my dandruff? Am I snowing? Shouldn't be. I just washed my hair. Cozy vibes. That's nice. I like that. The guy from TikTok, you share that you're still on good talking terms with your cat. The cats are good at setting boundaries. They'll tell you when you've crossed one. Taylor, you share that you felt like the theme of today has been not taking things personally. That's a beautiful lesson, and I think many of the things we've talked about today has resonated with that. It's hard to not take life so personally when we are a person as an expression of life. But there's a way of having a more inclusive sense of self. Recognizing that what happens to us, not just because some force in this universe wishes to cause us this distress, All of life is trying to move towards happiness, and it's a learning journey with many mistakes. And many people have not yet learned the healthiest ways of expressing with us. Many people are going through similar things to us. Any way in which we can expand our sense of self to include others. Oh, we become so much more relieved of the things that burden us. Mason, you ask, what is my opinion on liking someone when you are total opposites and she likes you too? Opposites attract. That's what they say. Although it's not true opposite, you're complements. You know, complementary colors doesn't mean the same color. It means a color that's different, doesn't it? What complements you is not the same thing as you. I used to have a girlfriend that would just get so upset because I'd try to make my interests all the same as hers. And it wasn't the healthiest on my part. It could have been healthier. But yeah, I would say that I like tomatoes. And then she would say that she didn't like tomatoes. And I'd say, oh yeah, I don't like tomatoes. And she'd get so mad. And now that I'm more emotionally mature, I understand that what we look for in a partner is in some ways a reflection of us. It's important to have shared interests. But they don't have to be a spitting image of us. They don't have to be a mirror. You know, I would hope that we'd fall in love with them, not just because they're like us, but because we find something unique about them that they have to offer us. There's something special about their experience which we have yet to embrace ourselves. And so we fall in love with the possibility that exists within them, and that complements our own. Thank you, Dub Darker, for your heart, me too. Radhi, Radhi. Amber, you share that you've noticed that more reserved men tend to be drawn to your bubbly personality. You all balance each other. Mason, you've liked her for 11 months. She's introverted, you're extroverted, she calls you out, we work, but scared. Well, if you're not afraid, is it really love? I think love means that you have no idea what you're getting yourself into, but you just don't care. Love means being vulnerable, opening your heart to someone who absolutely can take it and break it. That is the risk of love, the price we pay in love. And thank you, dear Innovision, for the heart you've sent to. Radhe, Radhe. Mo, you ask for an opinion on a way of talking to someone who is always defending themselves, even if not criticized. You know what that means, right? It means that there must be some criticizing going on, but if it's not from you, it must be within their mind. If someone is feeling so defensive all the time, we can be extra affirmative that we accept them just as they are, and not just as they present themselves to be. This is something I remember learning from psychologists that study narcissistic personality disorder. that many people know. Of course, I think narcissist was the word of 2022 or something like that. That due to trauma or other factors, someone with narcissistic personality disorder may put on a false persona. And one of the ways at cultivating a relationship where this person doesn't have to put on a false persona is seeing the person behind that and accepting them for who they are. That we see that behind this mask there's a beautiful, vulnerable being. And in a way that we can convey that we accept that they don't have to put on this persona for us. Then they can take off their mask because they feel seen. It's like in superhero movies, where many superheroes take off their mask only when someone already recognizes them. Then what's there to lose? They feel seen, and therefore they don't need to be seen in any other way from that. And I think the same is true for everyone. Anyone who is feeling defensive, they've put up walls, castle walls, they've made a moat around their kingdom. They've hired an army to protect them. But behind that moat, behind the drawbridge, behind the kingdom walls and towers and archers lining them, behind the throne room and all of the apparel that, let's say, a king lives through, there is just a human being that's just as vulnerable as we are. And seeing that first and foremost, there's nothing to defend when we recognize each other for what we are. And as you've pointed out, them experiencing trauma, something to be aware of, that if they are being defensive, there's something they're afraid of losing. There's a wound that has yet to heal, that is so tender they fear that if anyone were to even graze it, that the deepest part of their being would be in danger. That's what empathy is for. But yes, as many people are picking up on the subtext to take care of yourself too and your healing journey. The letter P, you asked what I think about substances used to increase spiritual growth. Allow me to make a very dramatic analogy. Suppose someone is trapped in a burning building. They're locked in. The door won't budge, and they cannot escape. Fire people, they often have a wide variety of tools that can force open a door. Like a battering ram, or the jaws of life, an axe. These are powerful tools in every fire person's arsenal to be able to get those from a place of being trapped. But if someone wants to go outside for a walk and their house is not on fire, their door is unlocked, they can just open the door. There's no need for a battering ram, for the jaws of life. No need for an axe to get that door down. If the door is functional, there's no need to break it open. Likewise, someone who may be trapped in their own mind may require a bit of a battering ram to get it open. The jaws of life, fire axe. This is the nature of psychoactive substances, is that they're a last resort. That they forcefully put someone into a new experience that gets them to question their most basic assumptions in which they have been previously trapped or imprisoned. Amber, you ask a funny question. What if you just want a Kool-Aid man all doors? Burst through all the doors every time. Oh yeah. Well, the problem with that is that you need to put the door back on every time. You know, Kool-Aid man's insurance must be off the charts, right? So too, after we use a substance, there's a period of healing because it's a very destructive force. In the same way that maybe, to use another analogy, a doctor may use a defibrillator to restart someone's heart, but it's a last resort. And it also may cause burns on the body or other cardiovascular problems that there must be a time of healing from. So I would have a very high respect for substances, in the same way one would have a very high respect for defibrillators or for a battering ram or a jaws of life. And although we can be really grateful for these tools in life, we should hope that we don't have to use them. We should hope that our heart would beat naturally. We should hope that our door doesn't become stuck, that our house doesn't become on fire. That if things go smoothly in life, we don't have to touch these things. But when the time arises where they can be used, we can be oh so ever grateful for them. Such as myself, as I was a very stubborn and ignorant kid. And through my adolescence, I experimented with different substances. And I don't know if I would have become a spiritually minded person without them. I just don't. I probably would have continued to become more closed off from the world, more closed-minded. And perhaps there was another way for me, but it just so happened that that was a big influence on my life. But I look at cultures around the world and just how naturally spiritual they are, that in the right set and setting, all of those things which are within you can be brought about naturally. Taylor, you share that substances, when done moderately, can be used as a checkup. By this logic, then a defibrillator would be a good checkup every now and then. Gotta make sure that your heart's still beating. Can I use the defibrillator? Gotta make sure that your door will still open. Can I smash it open? These things are very potent medicines, and we should respect the medicinal quality. The medicines are not for regular use. A good medicine should really only be used once, shouldn't it? And nature's medicines are so powerful, you really only need to use them once. If at all. The reason I make this point so direct is because it is so imperative that we understand that all that is possible within us comes from a place that's within that is not dependent on any external factor. If we do so, then we've been giving power away to the world, to something temporary, to something material, when it's not necessary. Taylor, you are thinking in terms of medical instruments. It's like a stethoscope. Not very often though, but you see intensity. The limitation, I think, with that analogy is that a stethoscope does not affect you. That it's a kind of way of gauging how you're doing without changing how you're doing. Because a stethoscope does not change how fast your heart beats. I mean, maybe if it's really cold and the doctor suddenly places it on your back, you go, ah! And then your heart starts beating faster. But that which is used to measure should be done so delicately, which doesn't affect what it is being measured. So I would say that a more healthy way of checking in with yourself does not require any change of how you're being. Just a kind of spacious presence to observe, how am I feeling in this moment? Are there any adjustments I can make? All of the synapses in our nervous system that are bound to by certain substances, there are always a whole class of molecules which function in the same way but are generated from the body. Like with cannabis, the psychoactive chemicals in cannabis are called cannabinoids, like CBT and THC. I believe the C's in both stand for a kind of cannabinoid. There are different kinds. And there's more than just those two. But there's a whole class of cannabinoids that are created by the body, that bind to the very same receptors and make one feel just as high. These are called endocannabinoids by scientists, endo meaning created from within. And if you measure a child, they have just as much cannabinoids flowing through their brain as someone who is a stoner. Someone who smokes every day. A kid just naturally has these same receptors firing, giving rise to the same experience. There's nothing different about our biology when it comes to what's possible. When we were a child, all of the same faculties are there. It's just the quantity of the chemicals are different. But the greatest effect on the release of these chemicals is our lifestyle change, the way in which we conduct ourselves. And I'm sure that if you find you conduct yourself the same way one does as a child, you will naturally be feeling blissful, perhaps even more so than someone who is on any kind of substance. And isn't that an even higher kind of high? Because it comes from the higher self. That's why they call it a higher self, right? Because the self's always high. Thank you, dear York, for your heart me too. Ram Ram. That's a very interesting way of putting that, Marcy. If you're using something foreign as an indicator, your internal systems for it are put out of whack. And that's the scientific term. Out of whack. Thank you for your tiny as well, York. Yippee! Now, Macy, you ask, how can you be kinder to yourself? This is a very sweet question for you to ask me. Many people may or may not know, Macy is a friend of mine in real life. And she lived with me for some time. How could you be kinder to yourself, my friend? You can be kinder to yourself by recognizing that it is from kindness that everything you want to do is made possible. That even in those stories of people fighting for success, despite everyone around them not believing it was possible for them, there was always at least someone in their life which was rooting for them. And oftentimes it was themselves. In the absence of people rooting for you, the least you could do is be that person that roots for you. I guess that's why they call it rooting. From the roots of a plant, flower blossoms. Without the roots, how can it be grounded? Therefore, we must root for you, Macy, in order for you to be grounded. And even if we are surrounded by others that root for us, they are only doing so to guide our emotions so that we know what it's like to be rooted for, and then take from that experience the knowledge of how to do so for ourselves as well. That's very cute, Amber. You call stimming stemming because instead it's grounding for you. I like that. I think stimming is just a sign that you'd be a really good yogi. I don't think many people appreciate the fact that yogis are the most successful neurodivergent people. That instead of saying old Vine sounds on loop back when that was a thing. What's a good Vine sound? Two bros chilling in a hot tub, 5 feet apart because they're not gay. Now we have TikTok sounds. I'm afraid I'm not hip with the latest TikTok sound. I couldn't tell you what they are. Us, we are always stimming. But instead of a TikTok sound, a yogi stims with mantras. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Every moment. Om Hari Om Tat Sat. That's all I'm doing in this live anyway. Whenever I do a mantra. Stimulation for the soul. Instead of fidgeting with something, they play an instrument. Or they bring their hands into mudras, meditative positions. A yogi is always stimming. But instead of stimming, they call it their sadhana, their spiritual practice. Hello, Crochet Faye. Hello, Lily Bin. You share you love my content, but you go on with your life now. But you wish me a great time ahead. Thank you. Nice to see you, and may you go well in forth of all that was possible for you. I wish you the best, and I know you will succeed. Now my phone is vibrating. Because it's 10:30 for me. And that alarm tells me that if I'm sucked into any project, I should probably start making my way towards bed. Live streams included. You thought it was your eyes, Amber. Well, I'm happy to tell you that the vibration that you were experiencing is not a sign of any symptom on your health, but instead is a symptom of the fact that it's my bedtime. Thank you, Giuliano, for your ice cream cone, your rose, your cloud bread, your GG, and your TikTok too. Radhe, Radhe. Marcy, you share that you detest having to stem publicly because everyone looks at you like you're doing witchcraft. I think that's kind of cool. I think if you're going to attract attention to yourself, you might as well be doing something sacred or esoteric. I am up a little late, although it's probably a little later for you since I'm on the very west coast of Canada. And G to Infinity, you share it's way past your bedtime. Well, is it time for the late night crew that you were recommending? Late night insomniac sangha, where we spend some extra special time relaxing and bringing ourselves to rest. Mo, you share at 7 a.m. for you. And you should go to sleep too. You go to sleep at 7 a.m. Better late than never. Yes, please get that rest that you deserve. Not the stand user, you had asked what the best way to overcome an addiction is. Replace it with something better. Ask yourself, what is this thing giving me temporarily that I can look for more permanently in the long run? For example, for me, I was addicted to nicotine. Every time I'd take a little hit of my vape, I would feel momentarily accomplished, like, yeah, that's good. But I was sacrificing short-term gratification, in this case for long-term satisfaction. That I could still get the same feeling, but in a different way. That if I instead focused, for example, on the relationships in my life, on personal hygiene, on good habits, on building something for myself in terms of a lifestyle, then I would get even more joy from that than I would from my vape. And the best part about that kind of joy is that it's a process that you can always continue in. And you never feel the drop afterwards. You do something wonderful, truly wonderful. There's no drop afterwards. You go, you get a hug from a friend. You get a hug from a friend, you feel good, and then do you feel depressed after they let go? That kind of joy just adds to your life, never takes away. But a vape hit might feel good for the first few seconds, but maybe in 20 seconds, a few minutes, you might feel a bit nauseous. I know I did anyway. There's a rise, and then there's the fall, the drop afterwards. If you want to become higher and higher, then we must be conscious of the fact that a sudden uprise in our mood generally comes with a drop afterwards. So we should seek for a more long-term rise in our consciousness and our mood. That is to say, we should allow ourselves some time. That even if today is hard and the next day is hard and the next day is hard too, that's okay. If we're working towards something higher, it doesn't matter how long we take to get there, because it begins to add up, accumulate. Exponential growth might be really slow at first, but over time, whoop, it grows and grows and grows. No, sleep deprivation is no joke, but there are many things that we can do to make it easier for ourselves. In fact, dear Marcy here, one of our guests, one of my favorite things is when she shares some of the things that works for her, since she is a very knowledgeable person about getting to sleep. So many interesting and unique techniques that I've heard from her. There are many ways in which we can confide in each other here for our personal growth. Marlon, you share that happens to you with caffeine and sweets. You get hyper, then you crash after a while. That is the definition of rajas, the quality of activity or passion. Is that which is at first sweet, but becomes like poison later. But the definition of that which is sattvic, that which is pure, it is like poison in the beginning, but becomes like the nectar of immortality later. Like working out. No, seriously, that's an example of something that can be sattvic. Anything which puts us out of our comfort zone, that we feel uncomfortable in the beginning, but slowly gives rise to a deep sense of peace. That is sattvic. Alright, yes, we have been live for a while. I would like to start wrapping things up, but I know that's very late for many people, middle of the night, so it's good to end with some relaxing things. So after I ask you my question of the day, as well as read from another section of our book, I'd like to do a meditation with you all. I meant to open the question of the day before I put the cover up. There we go. My question of the day today is, what is the best challenge to overcome? And no wrong answer, by the way, nor am I looking for a right answer. Please be my guest at sharing whatever feels best to you in this moment. Amber, you share self-sabotage. The subconscious shares not the stand user. Depends on the person. Absolutely, Michelle. I like these answers. Scotty, you share internal challenges. Bullying, I think, is what Miracle was writing. Bullying is a very big challenge to overcome. But maybe you meant bowling, as you spelt it. Being like a bull. Always getting in others' way. I don't know. And then you share the one you can overcome. I like that. That's very helpful. Not all challenges are for us. Some of the challenges that others may face in this world is not something we can overcome directly for them, for example. It was bullying, shares Miracle. I'm happy to have interpreted it in that way. It's a good answer. Dan Suela, you shared, the best challenge to overcome is your own preconceived notions about yourself. I love that. That is the story of the universe, isn't it? Hello, Melinda. Welcome back. I'm sorry to hear that. Not to stand you, sir. Amber, you share the challenges of illusion-based thinking. That's very powerfully put. G to Infinity, you share that self-doubt is what usually comes up. Absolutely. And fear, shares Dina. I love that too. Not the stand user, you share that the subconscious becomes set by the time you're 6. I don't know where you heard that from, but that's not my understanding of psychology. I have heard that it may take 6 years to change what's in the subconscious, but that doesn't mean that everything that you've learned up until the point that you're 6 is stuck like that. It just means that it may take 6 more years to be able to consciously process what you've gone through today. But there's always ways of accelerating that process, as there are ways in which we fall into that slow that process down. Not truly set, you clarify, but it makes up your subconscious, the stuff you absorb before 6. It's a very important time, absolutely. However, I'm always cautious to point out precise times in a person's development where some possibility is no longer there. I think it's just to say that our early years are very important, but don't consider yourself an old dog that can't learn new tricks. The subconscious is what's programmed by what we experience consciously during the day. And if consciously we can process our trauma, we can process all the things we have learned, then I believe it's absolutely a possibility to make your subconscious into a beautiful place, to a temple for growth. That's what all the spiritual masters tell us too. That in order to truly be peaceful, we have to make our subconscious peaceful too. And I doubt they'd tell us that if it wasn't possible. It just might be the most difficult challenge, and perhaps that's why we bring it up in this question of the day. To overcome what's in the subconscious. Thank you, dear Anna, for the cloud bread you've sent too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Macy, your answer is not giving up on yourself. Absolutely. I like that. Marlon, you share that best challenge for you to overcome is the negativity that you would receive from your dad when you were a child. You know, that's a very interesting way of putting it. That the negativity we receive, in line with our discussion earlier about positivity being that which can be given, that which truly exists, and it's the absence of that which we call negative. The negativity can't be received, but the equivalent of that in terms of the positive would be your positivity not being received. So when I hear that, I think about perhaps it's not something that your father has given you, but it's something that your father didn't get from you. And that tells me more about him, of his inability to accept the love, the precious, the vulnerability that you had to offer. Thinking in terms of the positive. So I think in my naive ways of understanding that one way to perhaps approach this challenge you wish to overcome is to have a space in which you get to put that love that may not have been received by someone in your life. Lego, you add to the question of the day. Laziness. You know what? I'm not sure if I can agree with your answer. You know why? Because I don't truly believe in laziness. If someone's told you you're lazy, that implies that there's something they thought that you should be doing. But who are they to tell you how to be productive or not? What often gets described as laziness is just a rest, a time of healing for something difficult you've gone through. That no one consciously chooses to mope around. It means that there's something inside that they're dealing with that they have yet to process so that they can go forth in life. And that inner challenge is absolutely something important to overcome. Marlon, you shared that you didn't have the best father-daughter relationship, though. And that's okay. That's okay. Because all of that which is possible for you in this life doesn't depend on your past circumstance. It depends on what you can do now. And in this moment, there is absolutely room for healing. And there is room for fatherly love, even if it comes from a different place. In a different place, maybe that's a person, or even a character from a book, or the divine. Many people call the divine as a father. But the universe lives through us in many ways, and as such we may experience healthier relationships in places we never even expected to fulfill the roles of others. Anyway, I don't know if my combination of words made sense. My point is that there's always a father figure in your life. Even if you don't know who it is. Even if it's just a thought, an idea. Even if it's just a kind of energy that comes with you. There's always some aspect of a father that truly and genuinely uplifts you. We may hope that it is expressed through our biological or our familial father, but sometimes that energy can detach itself from the person and make a difference in our life in other ways. I like the way you put that, Amber. The love of a safe man, that is the love of a father. And I would add to that you can experience fatherly love from even a person who isn't necessarily a man. Like many single mothers fulfill that role because they have to. Thank you, Astrid, for your cloud bread too. Radhe, Radhe. And crystal clear, you share that the best challenge to overcome is the challenge you thought defined your whole life. Oh, I need jazz snaps for that. That was a powerful one. I like that. Ellipses, Jenks, you share overcoming our own weaknesses. I like that. Jen, you share that as a human that has experienced 20 plus years more than me in this life, you ask, what can I teach you? That is a very beautiful question. I ask the same for all the babies, as I have experienced 20 more years than the babies. but yet there's always something a baby knows that I don't. That's why they're always laughing. What? What's so funny? What do you know? I think the younger you are, and I especially mean closer to babyhood, that the more you know how freeing it is to just be yourself without any expectations. I think we all can learn from those who are younger than us, just as we can learn from those who are older than us. There is something within everyone that they are experiencing that we can learn from. And I think that's beautiful. In just the same way, there is something I can learn from you too, dear Jen. And thank you, smiley and frowny face, for the love you sent. Radhe, Radhe. Alright, I appreciate this exploration into the question of the day. You wanted to read from Rumi, did you? G to Infinity. I saw that. We can do 2 readings. Let's read from Rumi, since I know you like Rumi. Let's read this poem. Woohoo! That's the best comment. I actually wanted to read what Amber wrote because I saw the first part of that. You were debating with a pastor about philosophy once. Then his son ran by us barefoot. He called out, "Hey, where are your shoes?" And the little boy said, "They weren't attached to me, so I took them off." I love that. That's how I was when I was a child, and I still am. You'll almost never find me wearing shoes, or even socks for that matter. It was so profound. I love that. Alright, this poem, here, let me just start recording before I read the title. This poem is called Didn't I Say? It's a longer one of Rumi's, but still by no means a novel. Didn't I say, don't go there, I am your friend. In this mirage of existence, I am the fountain of life. Even if your anger takes you 100,000 years away, in the end you will return, for I am your goal. Didn't I say, don't be content with earthly forms. I am the designer of the intimate chamber of your contentment. Didn't I say, I am the sea, and you are a single fish? Don't strand yourself on dry land. I am your clear sea. Didn't I say, don't get caught in the trap like a helpless bird. I am the power of flight, your feet and your wings. Didn't I say, they will waylay you and make you cold? I am the fire and your warm desire. Didn't I say, they will implant their qualities in you until you forget that the best qualities are here? Didn't I say, you do not know from what direction your affairs are put in order? I am the creator beyond directions. If light is in your heart, find your way home. If you are of God, know your benefactor. Didn't I say? From Rumi. It's a very beautiful poem spoken from the perspective of the supreme subject of life. Thank you for listening. I'm happy you agreed with that, Jen. Your young daughter has no expectations. You should learn from her. I think when I think about it, the way school is at the moment is that we have a bunch of children being taught from one adult in any particular class. But could you imagine if we reversed it? If there was a bunch of adults just patiently looking up into a child's eyes, and the child decided what they'd do with that hour, I think so much wisdom would flow into the world. Us adults, we may have worldly knowledge, but we have lost our spiritual wisdom that our children embody. Alright, I would like to read from The Hidden Power in Humans too, which is what I normally read, but just for G to Infinity, I've made this special exception. Mind you, my heart is very open. If anyone asks me to do something, I probably will consider it, so. We've been learning about the Anahata Chakra, the heart center, the cardiac plexus, and the energy associated with this spot. The animal symbol of the Anahata Chakra is a black antelope. The antelope is fast and powerful, and at the same time delicate and sensitive. With its refined senses, it senses danger well in advance. It is vigilant day and night, just as we should be on our spiritual path, always attentive and careful. In the Anahata Chakra, there are two more important symbols: a 6-pointed star, together with a new moon. And I was just learning the other day that the 6-pointed star, often called the Star of David, you might notice that it's not like a pentagram that connects back on itself. It's made of two distinct triangles. And the two sides that are pointed down refer to the two elements that ground us, namely earth and water. That's what's on the ground, isn't it? And the two sides that are pointing up represents the two elements that bring us higher, air and fire. And I thought that was a beautiful thing that I wanted to share with you all. The triangle with the tip pointing upwards symbolizes the energy, the Shakti, that offers us the possibility of raising our state of consciousness. The inverted triangle implies that we can also very easily slip back into the lower chakras again from the heart. The triangles also highlight the inner battle that takes place within the heart between spirituality and emotion. When we purify our emotions, we raise ourselves above earthly emotions, and the spiritual love that rises in the Anahata Chakra is the first radiation of the divine light within us. But this enlightenment does not last because we still have to struggle with contradictory inner tendencies until our spiritual feelings are strengthened sufficiently. The moon grows daily until it finally becomes a full, radiant moon. In the same way, our spiritual development is fostered by our daily practice until one day it achieves perfection. And just as the lunar phases influence nature and the tides, the feelings within our heart are also subject to constant change, aggression and enthusiasm, alternating with kindness, helpfulness, and consistency. In much the same way as the narrow crescent of the new moon is virtually invisible in the sky, Our love for the divine exists within us unconsciously at all times, but our feelings of love are primarily directed towards worldly things. Love for Maya always leads to disappointment. Maya referring to mere material existence without awareness of the consciousness that pervades them. Whereas love for the divine never disappoints. The more we steer our love towards the divine, the more love flows towards us. When we constantly guide our consciousness towards the divine, then one day there is no longer anywhere that we do not see God. When the river flows into the ocean, there is neither river nor bank, only the endless ocean stretching in all directions. That is our goal, unity with Source. The color of the Anahata chakra is... most people say green. This author says light blue. But the green aura is because of the aura of the solar plexus chakra just below. That in meditation it can seem like our heart is enveloped in a green aura, but that's because the lower chakras have a field of colors too. And you go deep within that green aura, you'll find something light blue. Blue means spirituality and unity. It is the color of clear, cloudless sky, the reflection of purity and infinity. Also, the color of a flame of a candle is blue in the center, as it is not polluted by smoke. When we purify the fire of the Manipura, the solar plexus chakra, its reflection in the Anahata chakra is also clear and blue. So clear and pure, rather. Sometimes when we are meditating on the Anahata chakra, we can perceive the radiance from the glow of the Manipura chakra as a yellowish-orange color. As a side note, meditating specifically on colors should be avoided as it can result in disturbances of the consciousness. Colors that appear during meditation should neither be suppressed nor held onto. We should merely observe them. Then all impressions will flow in a natural way, coming and then again moving away. The tattva, the element of the Anahata chakra, is Vayu, the air element. Air forms the basis for movement and expansion, and symbolizes the breadth and boundlessness of the heart, within which our consciousness is able to expand without restriction. Vayu is connected physically to the sense of touch in the skin, the organ of touch, and emotionally to the level of feelings. When the heart is touched, it can give us a feeling of becoming lost in an ocean of emotions or sinking into our feelings. When air is in motion, it develops an immense power. Storms can even uproot strong trees and destroy whole houses. Infinite power also exists within the Anahata chakra, and it can be utilized positively or negatively. Just like a raging storm, anger and fury can devastate everything positive and beautiful that we have built in our lives. But the power of love is capable of achieving miracles and moving mountains. Let's pause our reading of the hidden power in humans there for now. So thank you for listening. And before we go, with all of that sinking into our heart, we'll end with a meditation. there is a lively conversation happening about duality of darkness and light, the nature of religion. Thank you for listening, dear Donzuela. We may use these words in many ways, though there does theoretically exist a dictionary which we can all turn to. And there are a set of sentences which we can use to base our word choice off of. The dictionary is ultimately a remix of itself. That you can't give a dictionary to someone that doesn't know any English words, because any definition just uses other English words that are defined elsewhere in the dictionary. And there's no point in the dictionary that gives you some way in. It's all just a mess of tangled personal experience. When you think about it like that, words are just defined using other words. So how can we go beyond the words? We must recognize that we use the same words in different ways. And we use different words to mean the same thing. What one person may use to describe non-duality, another may use as unity. What one may use as religion, another may simply use as spirituality. The aspect of that word that carries our meaning is subject to our choice in them. And although I've seen many words be in disagreement with each other, I've never seen someone's story contradict another. That we may frame our life with different sounds, but the feelings we all have within are the same. Though our experience may have been different on the surface, the intensity of life we feel is one. It is in this way I intend on having a space like this Sangha for us to find the ways in which we are one, the ways in which we can take refuge in each other's experience. That is my wish. Rod, you are asking if words help us ground our reality. Words are like arrows. Their purpose is to take us where they point. No word by itself can touch the ground, nor can it reach the sky. In the same way that words can be used to heal, it requires trust on the one who is healing. In the way that words can guide us to truth, it requires letting go of their end in taking us to something else that begins. Like a finger pointing at the moon. I can point at the moon all I want, but as long as you're looking at the tip of my finger, then my pointing is of no use. We have to follow the flow and the curvature, or lack thereof, guiding us in the direction towards the moon. In the same way that my finger cannot touch the moon, words by themselves cannot lead us to our source. But if we follow their curvature, or the lack thereof, we are led in their direction that take us home. Alright, I would like to end with a meditation. And I ask for everyone to participate, if they so desire. Thank you, dear Roxy, for your heart meet too. Radhe, Radhe. Actually, for this meditation, I'm just going to get a mala so that I can count out 108 repetitions of a mantra. Some malas have a specific purpose. They are specialized, but others are for more general use. I am going to get a more general use mala. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm just gonna start recording. By the way, I record all my, well, of course the live streams, but the readings and the meditations in case anyone wants to listen to them at another time. Today we are going to use a Tulasi mala. It is said that her wood is used for chanting in general. That in general her material is the best for mala japa, for the repetition done with the use of beads. By the way, the reason why we do this is so that we don't rely on technology while we're meditating. This is the yogi's meditating timer. They pick a mantra that has a certain length and they go around one revolution, since there's a fixed number of beads, which is 108. Plus the guru bead, which is the most important bead. That's why we call it the guru. It teaches us when to stop and when to begin. There are other materials for more specialized mantra japa, but in general, Tulasi is the best mala. Tulasi herself is a devotee of Vishnu, which is the form of the divine that is the all-pervading one. The aspect of the divine that represents that inherent within everything which maintains and preserves the functions of this universe. So it's fitting that we pick a mantra that she would like to benefit from the most too. So I'll pick a mantra that she would like. Let's do Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And normally I put it on screen, but I'm going to be a little hard on you today by just getting you to listen, since that's what Sanskrit is originally taught through, as an oral tradition. So you listen to the flow of sounds, dissolve yourself in them. But you can always look it up. We'll do 108. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. 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 Om Name. And when we make a mistake, it's good to just start on that beat again, as I almost did. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. 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 And when you feel like you've got to the Guru beat, that means you're at the end. If you want to do another cycle, you can. Multiples of 108. Or we can stop there. I might have done 109. Whenever I feel like I've missed a bead or I mispronounced something, I just do one more. Always good to do at least 108. But nothing bad's going to happen if you do more. So thank you for doing that. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya means Om. Possible to translate really. Om is an acknowledgement of this entire universe. Namo is actually the word Namaha, just with some grammatical rules that change the ending, that change the Visarga into a labio-guttural monophthong O, which is too much linguistics to think about this late. But anyway, Namo means I bow to, salutations to. Bhagavate means the personal form of the divine, and Vasudeva means the form of the divine, which is all pervasive, that which is in everything. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Very ancient mantra. Mantra yoga is one of the most powerful forms of yoga. Mantra meditation is a very easy way of slipping into a state of ecstasy or trance. Oh, thank you. I can repeat the meaning for you, dear Amber. It means something like, Om, salutations to that personal form of the divine, which is expressed through everyone and everything. An animation journey. You've always wondered if it should be instead of Om, since is the universal sound for thinking. I like that. There is a science behind the correct pronunciation of Om. There's something called sandhi, which is the joining of sounds. And the sound O is formed by the joining of A and U. In the vowel space, you can explore this yourself. If you go from A, in the balance between A and U, you'll find O, as it's halfway in between. And many scholars believe that the reason that the sound O even exists, because it's halfway in between two extremes of the vowel space, is because it used to be a diphthong, which is a transition between two places in the vowel space. Such is why there has been a resurgence in spelling it A-U-M before the sandhi is applied, before the joining, to distinguish these sounds. Most traditional yogis still use Om today, just as a sound halfway in the vowel space. I like to use even though it might not be so traditional. It might be even more traditional if we go back far enough in time, before it got monophthongized. But the point is that the sounds of Om are very technical. Even those who acknowledge Om rather than Aum, They also acknowledge that the sound O is broken up into components, A and U. The A represents creation, the beginning of an existence. The U represents pervading existence. The M sound, represents dissolution of that existence. And there's even a fourth sound that isn't transliterated well into English, and that's produced when we bridge our tongue back up to seal our mouth from our nasal cavity. And that means at the end of Om, you can even open your lips a little and you'll have a nasalized sound. Kind of like that. And that represents the impersonal reality which pervades all three states, the Turiya. But I like your connection with with I'm thinking. That's very funny. Thank you, dear Paul, for your heart me. Hare Krishna. And dear Roxy, for your heart me and flowers and pair of roses and a pair of team bracelets and a cheer you up that you sent earlier. And 7 tiny dinies. Yippee! It is a good question, Animation Journey. Why do people say when they are lost for words? Well, my spiritual answer for you, which relates back to this ancient language of Sanskrit, where the mantra originates, is that the nasalized sound played a grammatical role. I touched upon the way that the breath makes a grammatical role in Sanskrit. What you breathe out into in Sanskrit determines the object of the sentence. And I didn't mention this, but what you breathe into determines the subject. We can't exactly breathe in while we're talking, but we can redirect the airflow inward. And that is why the nasalized sound in Sanskrit is called the Anuswara, the inward sound, since we make it by closing our lips, or even other parts of our speech to make the sound vibrate from a deeper place. Anyway, you could make the argument here that this is a natural feature of a language as spiritual like Sanskrit, that we use nasalized sound to indicate a return of our awareness to ourself as the subject. And so takes us back. And the complement of that would be the visarga, the expulsion of breath, which takes us into the object of our experience, where we go, Our sense of self becomes expressed into some object of our experience. Takes us inward. Now, thank you, dear Dr. Ginny, for the heart me you've sent. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Koli, thank you for the heart me and cheer you up too. Radhe Radhe. Thank you for being here, Dan Swela. Much love to you. And thank you, Aaron, for your 6 roses too. Om Namah Shivaya. Nick, you're wondering if I've heard of chanting Moo instead of Om. That's funny. No, I've never heard of that. Yeah, but there is a reason that the nasalized sound is at the end of Om and not at the beginning. It's technically not an M sound. The if I can even draw on my screen. I think I have the ability to. This would be useful. Yeah. In Devanagari, the current script used to write Sanskrit, right, I'll do it on my screen like this. This is how you transliterate the sound Om, and it's actually ultimately where we get the symbol for Om, which I'll draw below that as well, which is kind of like a variation of that glyph. You can see the components there. That's the sound Om. But if it was an M sound, then you'd write it a little differently. Instead of having the same shape with a dot over it, there'd be another letter here, which would be the letter M at the end. That would be Om with the letter M. But actually, this would be an incorrect transliteration of Om. And the dot is something different from the letter M. The dot is something called an anusvara, which is where we slowly bring our place of resonance into the nasal cavity. The idea is to take the vibration that starts in the navel, bring it up through our throat, into our mouth, and finally into our nasal cavity. Yes, this language is Sanskrit. It's a very spiritual language since it takes into consideration the symbolism of the way in which we produce sounds, which is very interesting. Now, Lord Brodo, you're wondering what the definition of Yam is to me. Well, that is the name that I got from my dentist. My full name is Liam, Lyam. But there's a story that I won't go into. Anyway, the dentist came out and saw my name tag, and it looked like it said Yam, so it kind of stuck from there. Yeah, that's very close, Lord Brodo. S-A-N-S-K-R-T. Or you could put an I in between the R and the T. S-A-N-K-R-I-T. That works. Very ancient language. I am very androgynous. An animation journey. What would it look like as you feel weird thing happens when you use It would be very similar. Let me get my marking up tools again. It'd be very similar because you're just cutting out a middle sound. You're just taking out the ooh in the middle. So it would just look like this. That's the way that we pronounce the letter U in English is similar to how we pronounce the equivalent of the letter A in Sanskrit. So this is, technically speaking, the equivalent of the letter A, but it's pronounced like how we would do probably in English. You'll notice that's very similar to Om, because, as I said before, it used to come from Aum, and so these extra lines here indicate an intermediary sound, that is the Oo. But there, can I get to my green color? You'll notice that, oh, that's a dark green. Let me get a lighter green. The ah and the sound, they're about the same. Is a subset. In fact, yogis are said to meditate on different parts of the Om sound to get different effects. Yogis who wish to meditate on creation, they prolong the ah sound, which might be what you're naturally doing. Yogis that wish to meditate on the preservation, they prolong the oo sound. And yogis that wish to meditate on the destructive aspect of this universe, they meditate on the M sound. does look like a little 3 pie. Sarah, that's a funny observation you've meant. Rory, you're wondering if I can say Radhe or Radhe. You're very close with that. The English transliteration would be Radhe. Radhe or Radhe. That means salutations to the divine feminine, to the mother of this universe. What if it was originally, asks Animation Journey, but the meaning got lost in time? That would be funny, but we have very ancient sources that clearly talk about the different parts of A, U, and specifically the Taittiriya Upanishad, which is a very ancient scripture, a part of the Vedas, which are many thousands of years ago. And even in those ancient scriptures, they differentiated between the A, the U, and the But I like your persistence to make a thing. Thank you, Nick, for the applause you sent too. Here's some claps for you too. Hariom Tat Sat. And dear Dr. Jenny, thank you for your trio of roses. And Tiny Tiny. Yippee! Greg RG, you're wondering, so those focusing on creation would focus on the A syllable. That is correct. Yes. Followed girl, you shared that thanks to the sound of my voice, you had me live playing while you gave birth to your healthy baby boy. That is such a magical thing for you to share that I have a hard time even believing that that's true. But if sincerely I was a part of this miracle of childbirth, that is a distinct honor, and all my best wishes to you and your lovely child. Thank you, Maya, for your pair of roses as well. Radhe, oh Radhe. And Greg RG, you share. So to balance, focus on that ooh sound. Yes. Yes, that's right. And to be even more balanced, whatever that means, we do all 3 sounds. We go through all of them to balance each other. Yes. And it's a little late for me to go into this question deeply since I did want to leave, but Johan asked what I thought about I'll just say the missionarianism of Abrahamic faiths, that there's a big part of bringing this religion to other places. That sounds like, you know, the role of prophets like Muhammad, peace be upon him, like anointed ones like the Christ. I feel like, or their direct disciples who are given the explicit instruction to deliver this message. I think these religions have already made their way around the world because we've heard of them. And I'm sorry, just Islam and Christianity you wanted to talk about. It is true that Judaism is not known for bringing their faith to other people. Maybe there is a bit of a misunderstanding. I apologize. Anyway, I have nothing against the religions of the world, but I do believe that it's our fundamental duty to practice it ourselves, and doing so we become a role model for others. As long as we are looking for the good in others, then we are I think, good practitioners of our own faith. If we feel like we have something to teach others, that may be true, but when the time is right, when it naturally comes out that a teaching happens, we cannot force anyone to be our student, nor can anyone force themselves to be our teacher. In that regard, I feel like it is best for us to work on our personal path, and it's okay if there's other people in the world that doesn't practice the same way that we do. It doesn't preclude our possibility of the ultimate goal, since the source of every religion is within us. And it's true that I choose my words in such a way that don't frame it in a negative light, but that's not to discredit the suffering that has been brought from it, absolutely. There are people who have certainly experienced trauma, and generational trauma at that, through the influence of people enforcing their religions on others. For those that do feel like they are part of religions like Islam and Christianity that have a big part of proselytization as their tradition, I choose the words delicately to direct it back to a sense of just sharing truth rather than imposing it. So I don't wish to use my vocabulary in a way that suppresses anyone's belief, but acknowledges the value within everyone. And I ask of you to do the same in this space. Otherwise, I will have to ask you to leave, or I will mute you. Thank you, dear Maya, for your heart meet too. Radhe, Radhe. And Dr. Ginny, thank you for your little crown as well. Om Namah Shakti Shabaya. But yeah, there is a value that is found within every tradition in this life. I believe that spirituality is not owned by any tradition, and therefore there should be a great deal of sharing our own cultures, our own traditions, and that's beautiful. But not to suppress anyone else's limited, not to suppress anyone else's expression or limit them by doing so, but hopefully to embrace the diversity we have in our unique ways of coming back to Source. And animation journey, I believe that. I believe that, yes. Of course, it's okay to be critical of one's religion. Otherwise, that would be dogmatic. Because it's possible that people may use the same identity of a community that we're a part of in order to oppress others. And we have to be very mindful that if we are representatives of a certain community, that we question the ways in which that could cause harm to other communities. So it's very important to hold ourselves accountable. And Honey Badger Heals, you shared that you are being initiated into Kriya Yoga this weekend, and you are excited to take your practice deeper. I am happy to hear that, dear Honey Badger Heals. Kriya Yoga is a wonderful form of yoga. Yes, G to Infinity. We will land the plane too soon. Anyone who wishes to go, since we've already had our denouement, is welcome to. So please be my guest. But I did want to tie up some loose ends. I like the way that you put it, Lord Brodo. that religion runs deep and everyone has their own take. Be respectful. You have no path to walk but your own. Johan, you ask, so if it is okay to be critical of religion, then why frame it in a less honest way? It's your choice to see my words as dishonest, but I'm only speaking from my experience. And my experience tells me that we should choose the most respectful terms without invalidating the suffering that those have experienced. I feel as though there may be a common ground that we can come to, and it's my goal that we can reach there. Perhaps there is a bit of difficulty in finding that, but I am open to hearing your experience, and I would hope that you do the same for me too. It is true that proselytizing is not the same thing as bringing, but as I read your comment, I chose to use more mindful terms, but I understand the point that you are making, that doing so perhaps would not be so mindful to the suffering that those have gone through, to the so-called bringing of someone's faith. And it is not in that way in which I wish to mean this word choice. Absolutely, it's important that we recognize the fault in bringing or forcing something upon one with a suppression of their own values. And I thank you for having empathy for those who have suffered under such an oppressive society. Just as I value the truth that you share, I hope that within me we can find some common ground. Thank you, dear Risi, for your flowers, your heart me, your team bracelet, your cheer you up, and ice cream cone as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. And dear Dr. Ginny, thank you for your little crown. Radhe Radhe. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to add some clarity. And thank you for the experience that you bring on this subject. Thank you, Z, for your 10 ice cream cones too. Radhe Radhe. Now, Arini, you were wondering what I thought about black magic. I am not experienced in this. I honestly don't know much about it. But I assume, given the relationship between black magic, grey magic, and white magic, in the same way we might talk about hacking, as there are black hatter hackers, grey hatter hackers, and white hatter hackers, which is a bit of a tongue twister itself, that the word black here refers to a kind of usage only for one's personal benefit, and that might even involve taking away from other people's life in some aspect. Also, the white would refer to giving freely as a selfless endeavor, an expression of their spiritual power. And grey would refer to something in between. I believe that we should move towards being selfless in all that we do. If there is magical power, as I'm sure there is, we should use it for the benefit of others, not for taking power away from anyone else. Thank you, dear Sarah, for the rock star you've sent to. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hey, what's up? You're not sure if I've answered this in a video or stream before, but how do you deal with stress? Well, stress comes in many forms, but the biggest form is an expectation we put on ourselves for something that's unreasonable. Naturally, we feel like we are less than how we should be if we expect ourselves to be more than how we are. And it's okay to want more for ourselves, as long as we accommodate where we are now. In order to get to our destination, we must choose a path that accommodates our current position. As such, self-acceptance is so important, and with that, the letting go of expectations that put you in a position of being someone that you're not. Personal growth is a slow journey. Actually, everything that we have to achieve in life takes time. We can't expect ourselves to be anywhere else than we are now, because here is where we are, and so here is what we've got to work with. And Danny, you share that you struggle with ideas of determinism and free will. You lean more to determinism. They need not be mutually opposite. We can have a fully deterministic world and still have free will. We just have to find the overlap. Although we cannot directly influence the chemical interactions that happen at a molecular level, and with that all of the body's biological functions, we cannot influence when the sun rises or when it sets. In this way, we cannot have an effect directly on the world or even our own body. Even our mind, it would be lovely if we had direct control over. How easier would it be to sleep at night if we could just think in a different way in that moment? But there's something in between ourself and our mind too. Two things in between, actually. According to Vedanta, the philosophical tradition arising from the Vedas, our inner faculties have 4 layers to it, starting from our mind, then our intellect, our ego, and then our consciousness. In Sanskrit, this is known as manas, buddhi, ahankara, and chitta. And the chitta is our true nature. The consciousness is what we are. We don't influence it because we are it. There's nothing about it to influence. It is the formless space in which all of our senses convene. But what's next in command, from the chitta to the ahankara, that is said where our ability to influence this experience lay. Our ahankara is our sense of self, our ego. And it is there that our power lay. Our sense of self just means where our awareness flows, where we give our consciousness. To be conscious means to be conscious of something. What we are conscious of determines our sense of self. It is from that sense of self that every other aspect of our being is determined. Our sense of self determines the experiences that we get out of life. The experiences that we get out of life give us the knowledge that our intellect uses to make decisions. And depending on the decisions that our intellect makes, our mind becomes shaped in a certain way. And according to the mindset that currently exists, our body takes action. And through our body's action, we make a difference in the world. So although we might not directly control this world, our body, our mind, our decision maker, or even our sense of self, the flow of our own consciousness is what sets this whole experience in motion. But it's a slow process. Having a shift in your sense of self can manifest changes in the world perhaps many decades later, but there are ways of expediting this process. Now, dear Johan, since it appears that there's nothing here of value to you, I am going to remove you from this Sangha, and I hope that you find expression in a place that allows you to do so freely. But my recommendation for you is to be more positive, my friend. Life is short. We can look for the faults in others, but as long as we are doing so, we have yet to realize the possibility that exists within ourselves. I bid you farewell, my friend. Till next time. Thank you, dear Maria, for your rose too. Radhe, Radhe. All right. Thank you for your shared experience together, Sangha. I'm grateful for this opportunity to have this space where we get to share our individual experiences. And although our experiences might be different on the surface, it is always my intention to find the unity at heart. Not always is that possible, but it's worth giving our best shot. Yeah, Yam put him in jail, says Danny. I didn't put him in jail. I have set a boundary, and that is not to punish by any means or limit their expression, but hopefully give them the space to find expression in other ways somewhere else, in places that would support them. In this place, I found it difficult to accommodate the differences in our experience, and that's okay. That's not their fault at all, and I do genuinely wish them well. Thank you, Michelle, for your pair of roses too. Hare Krishna. And Starlight Wow, thank you for your flowers as well. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Are you in jail? Asks Animation Journey. The only thing that can truly imprison us is our own mind. But the only thing that can truly liberate us also is our own mind. All right. I am going to begin to bring this live stream to a close for tonight. But again, thank you for joining me here. I hope that this space has been one in which you felt allowed to be here, as that is my highest intention. As always, I will continue to reflect on our experience we've had today, and I hope to return tomorrow with more mindful thoughts and words and actions. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity that exists within you, within everyone, the possibility that is always within us, though we may not see directly ourselves. If there's any part of this live that you may wish to use, I will always upload the recording to my Yamsox Live YouTube channel, where you can find this one and many others. And the clips, like our reading And our meditation you can also find there in the designated playlist. I became like a remix there for a second. Thank you for being here, dear G2 Infinity. Good night, dear Pager. Good night, Michelle. Thank you for being here, Z. Many thanks to you too, Lord Brodo. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Juan. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Maya. Thank you for lots of warm space in your heart, Amber. That's very nicely put. All the same for you. Much love to you, Dr. Jenny. Animation Journey. It was giving that. That's all, folks. From Porky the Pig from Looney Tunes. I like that. Yeah, you're right. Alright, I wish I could say goodnight to each one of you. Alas, by the time I got through all of you, I'm sure there'd be just as many more to say goodnight to. Or good morning, or good evening, or good afternoon, whatever time you may find yourself in. More generally, may you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste.